Alpharetta's Design Review Board workshop session. I'm going to turn it over to Brett to have him run through our applications this morning in preparation for a public hearing that will start at 9 o'clock.
Okay, Taco Bell is the first one up. Taco Bell is did not build what was approved, and the part of the issue was they replaced some brick and added some brick and left some existing brick, and the match is way off. It's way off. So I told them I wasn't going to sign their CO. Wasn't going to do that. They also, at some point, decided they were going to redline off the front patio. They redlined that off. They moved the corner tower feature to the center. They just did a lot of stuff that wasn't approved. So they'll be back today to talk about that. What they would like to do, they have decided to move the corner feature back to the corner. They are going to do the patio as was approved on our original elevations, so the front will look like it originally was supposed to. The sides, however, and the rear, they want to use, so we got approved this size of a panel of Hvac, kind of a gray, cementous, wood-looking material. We approved it back here, across the front, and around all the way around, basically. With the brick not matching, they want to bring on this elevation here, they want to bring it all the way to the ground. This one, they're bringing it all the way to the ground as well to cover the brick, but it looks a little bit better because of all the windows here. And then we'll go to the side, which you can't really see. However, I want to caution you that we are going to be seeing probably next month the Rite Aid conversion over to Fetch Dog Park that was approved. So that landscape buffer that's currently there, that's just grown up over the last 40 years or whatever, will definitely be in view. And it's on the other property, so I'm going to bet that it's going to come down and get done new. So this portion back here, they want to cover completely, like this one. And then and I don't,
but those elevations are still showing the entrance in the middle.
Yes.
Patio.
So they should be bringing some updated the other ones, I think. Although she may not, because she said it's going back to what it was. So we technically wouldn't need to look at that. Here's the back, so they're showing it covered completely on the back with the Hvac. This is the drive-through side, so you see it here again. So it's this side, the rear, and this side.
And under the window and inside the window.
Yeah, this little bit here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. Around the window, not such a big deal because that breaks it up. But that big panel that Hvac has.
This big one here.
Yeah,
on back, I'm not so worried about.
Right.
There's a door. What you don't see on the back is almost this entire area right here is all their utilities. So even though it's ugly, it's not all that one material.
So they're calling that elevation the front side, and they're calling the other one.
This is the front, and this is the rear.
Except that's
So
not
the one that really. So I'm trying to figure out where I'm at on Main Street.
This would be Main Street, but it's not going to look like this. They've changed their mind. They don't want
All right, I got you.
to approach you guys on keeping what they built on the front. It's been a hot mess. It's been a hot mess. In fact, I'm just a little bit worried that I don't see her here yet.
Yeah.
That they're not even going to show. So we'll see though.
So are they operating on a temporary
They're
CO?
operating on a TCO.
And how long is that good for?
90 days, and we will not be renewing it.
So they've got, and they're already open now, so their 90 days it's less than 90 days.
I would suspect that that our director would probably allow another TCO if they're under construction. But if they are just sitting there, I don't think she will.
Well, I have to say, if they're going back I mean, what they've built now, and then they're gonna go back and rebuild what they
Yeah,
originally proposed to us.
So this is what they've built on the front elevation.
Right.
This is what they built.
Yes.
So they're gonna have to tear this down, basically,
And move the door over to
and
the,
move it over here,
and then redo.
and then redo this area here with the patio.
And I mean, so they're gonna tear brick down, they're gonna tear,
Yeah. So what not doing the patio also did, which I didn't bring the landscape plan because it's going back to what it was supposed to be. They expanded what was gonna be the, bioretention. Couldn't get that for anywhere. It was gonna be a bioretention area. Well, they built a bioretention area, however, it's a pond.
they built a koi pond is what they built.
Pond, not a bioretention. So all the plants inside it died. And it's a lot bigger, and so because they didn't do the patio, so all the material, they used the right numbers other than about one or two Z's here and there, but it's all spread out so it looks real sparse. So once they come with that 15 feet of patio out and they have to move all the landscaping and make the bioretention actually a swale and put that material in, it'll beef back up.
So let me raise this concern. We never approved the landscaping plan. We deferred it.
In the May meeting, it was deferred, so unless they came back again after May, because in the May meeting minutes, it says deferred.
Yes.
I
don't remember.
don't
It
know.
was 2017, you remember?
I don't remember.
Yeah. I know they got an LDP, so at this point, I think we gotta go with what they're doing.
I guess the question is, what are they doing? Because they're not doing what they said they were gonna do, so.
Right. So they're gonna have to
Okay.
go back to Steve Manley's plan.
Well, if they're coming back, we had to tell them to bring the landscaping. It was never approved.
Well, I told them to bring the landscaping originally, well, when they were first gonna come to try and keep what they had. I said, well, you're gonna have to bring the landscape plan because it's changed. So then, when
Okay.
they said, wait, no, we're just gonna go back to what we had approved, then,
Yeah, but it wasn't approved.
so it's a hot mess.
I do remember on that landscaping plan, that privacy fence that's on the backside, that crappy wooden fence that goes around.
Yep.
I had issues with that and screening that, and
Yep,
I don't think that was ever addressed either. And my biggest issue was you could see it from the street, and it was not a good
yeah,
look.
there was a lot of things that were existing that so this was right prior to the new downtown code. Well, it was right prior to the new downtown guidance that became the downtown code, and so we worked with them a lot because they were gonna be the first to do this kind of, they weren't bringing the building forward, but building the patio on the front was gonna give that feel and stuff, so we worked with them a lot. I think if they just built what we saw, I think it'll be good.
Well, I have to say, the building's a much better improvement than
Huge,
what it was back in
huge.
recently. So,
Yeah.
but they just need to follow what they showed.
I just don't know what you guys want to do with that Nichiha. Staff's opinion is the back might be okay, but the two sides,
It's too much.
it's too much.
Okay.
I'm almost leaning towards painted brick. Seriously, I'm almost leaning towards painted brick or painted brick panels or.
Richard and I kind of talked about it when we met, and it's like, if they could do something hard on that to break up that expanse, then maybe. But their proposal is just to leave the Italian cypress or whatever those 5 or 6 things are right there, and as we all know, and we
There's
all
5.
say all the time,
5 of them.
we don't let landscaping hide bad architecture.
No.
I don't say that.
And I think we don't want to fall in the,
It needs to hide dark.
we don't want to fall in the trap of trying to design this for them either.
Right.
We could spend an hour trying to
Yes.
design it. I think it's just, if we don't like the walls, they got to come back with some alternatives to break up that wall.
I agree. Okay, let's,
Or put the brick on that they used everywhere else
Yeah.
where the orange is.
And by the way, the other thing is on the monument sign, we conditioned it on matching the brick to the building, and they didn't.
Matching the brick to the building, and then the monument sign is supposed to get the Hvac background with the letters on it
Yeah.
and stuff like that, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yes, you're right. There's quite a few issues. Okay. All right.
All right. So.
We're on to Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A
Good Friday.
is,
That's not fast food.
so Chick-fil-A has figured out that through COVID that their drive-through is
Tremendous.
a lot more successful than their dine-in people. So I don't know if I included, I don't think I did. They sent a floor plan, and basically this is the drive-through window that would be there now. They're gonna do a bifold door system right there, and then along this side right here, on the inside, they're doing an interior wall, and that's gonna be prep and employee area also. So it'll be back here at the back where it currently is with the kitchen and the front counter and all that. And then this parking lot side will support the drive-through. So I believe these two sets of windows here, let me zoom in. We're doing some mixture of film and spandrel glass. Yeah, so you've got two areas of spandrel glass here and then film on these.
And yes, where your hand is now, those three windows have film on them already.
Yeah, and I think the same three on the old Milton side also, which is in the restroom area.
Yes, and then where the employee break area is also has film on it on the old
Which
building.
was not part of the, not part of the original plan.
And-
So for me, I think the big thing is just it just needs to look the same.
Yeah, the window on the left is transparent, the one all the way on the left.
This one,
Yeah,
according to this, there's nothing on
that's
this.
transparent.
Let me see, I'll tell you what
The
it,
only thing that got me is the lower levels being two spandrel and one film. I don't know why they're not, if you just make them all spandrel, then it would match, and then you'd have all film on the arched windows all the way across. It would just be more consistent.
And then film this one and leave this open
Yeah.
or something,
Match a little better, yeah.
okay?
That's the extent. I mean, I don't think the door's any huge deal. It's, they're adding another door here, but they match the storefront, this and that. So I don't think it's a big deal.
My only concern with the film, as I noticed when I was there, is it gets backlit, so you can, if they put a box or something stored near that window, its silhouette comes through.
Yeah, so in this area, I don't think they'd be able to do high storage probably up here. I don't know where the ceiling is, but that would get into a fire marshal thing.
Okay.
But definitely in this one,
Because I noticed in the existing, where there is film now in those existing areas, you can see that. And I didn't take a look at it at nighttime, but during the daytime, you can still see something projecting through.
Can you see through the spandrel?
No, spandrel's got a solid, what they call a fritted surface, so you can't see through it.
Is it better like than ever?
Good morning.
You tell us.
Okay,
this is the old Milton side. So this is the one, I think, Richard, you said they
yes,
filmed.
that has film on it now, and then the three over to the far left have the film on them where the restrooms are.
And then these.
Yes,
Okay.
so, okay. All right,
And then we get to
Parkway 400.
Parkway 400. Let me go, I want to give you,
Spreading out here.
so this is the Evans contractor building that we did, a few months back. Here's Amber Park Drive, across from Avalon, obviously. They have two office buildings back there already, if you've not been back there or haven't, it's been a while. So these two padded areas right here is where they are building the two new buildings. So there is a site plan in here. It's a big file, so I'm not really sure where I will come across it, but not sure where just yet. Initially, I had an issue, this building, this one, they're doing parking lot forward, building back, which is opposite of the Evans. And I said, that just doesn't feel right to me. There's no condition that says it has to be that way. These conditions are back from the 90s. So there's nothing that says it has to be that way. This, however, this area right in here, which if I zoom in maybe a little bit, yeah, you can see the trail that's been built and things like that. This is a tree save area. So they got to keep that. So what our thought is, they want to put the building here and here so that half of their building is going to look over a nice treed area. The other half, so probably the lower employees will look over the parking lot, but the executives will look over the park. So, I mean, it is what it is, right? So that's that. We have told them that they need to create connectivity with this. So it looks like when they built this, maybe they had planned some connectivity right here, and I think they're going to be able to make that work.
You're talking about automotive connectivity,
Automotive connectivity.
Okay.
Yeah.
not pedestrian, but,
Yeah.
all right.
We think it's important for this building especially to be able to get out here, go out Amber Park and get right on to Old Milton Parkway. This building, maybe not so much, because it'll have pretty easy access to North Winds here, but this also is a median. So it's not gonna be the best left-hand turn if you wanted to go across to Avalon or something like that. So,
Especially if you're making a left turn out of the site, that's a downhill curve
Yeah.
too, so you're looking to the right, you don't see the folks kind
yeah,
of flying
so
downhill.
it's important. So they're working through that. So let's look at their plan.
Are there any comments from the remember we had some comments from the neighboring subdivision or townhomes about the Evans building?
We did. However, you can see that this area is a lot more forested.
Okay,
They are continuing this piece right here, you can see in this aerial. This is that area that they had to re-landscape.
Right.
Evans did. They're continuing that through here. I think what we're gonna ask for you guys to do is to give us the ability to site spot new trees through that area instead of doing the traditional buffer right here.
isn't there an easement through there too, or utility or power line?
There's a power line easement, so that kind of, yeah.
Okay.
But we looked at it the other day, David and I went back there, and it looks like we could take what they're proposing in that planted area and move it around. They had magnolias and little gems, sweet gems, something like that, Pat, I'm not really sure, but David said that out in the definite all the time sun, they wouldn't do as good as if we tucked them back in kind of the pine grove a little bit and gave that still the screening, but back in with the pines, they would do better.
Yeah, about Sweet Bay Magnolia?
Maybe it's Sweet Bay, we'll come to it, but yeah, there was one of them, and David said, yeah, those need to be tucked back in a little bit just to give them a little bit of filtered light, rather than just out in the middle of nowhere.
Is there irrigation in there?
I would say the site would definitely be irrigated. I don't know if it'll get back there, though.
Needs to. If you're planting new trees, it needs to, especially underneath an existing canopy and roots and all that.
Yeah, so that could be a good requirement from you guys. Okay, let's get over to their packet real quick. I think the buildings are
A little plain.
okay.
Minimal list.
They need some help, though.
Yes.
When we went through it with staff, a couple of things that came up. These, we think, need to go away. These bottom bays, we think they need to be brick.
Some sort of water table, yeah.
Something, yeah. Kathy didn't really feel like it, but I kind of felt like these, and it's hard to tell for sure, but these panes are too big to me to represent warehouse. They're too big. I mean, if you think this is probably 12 foot, those are 4 foot panels, 4 foot tall. You would never have seen in a more historic building a 4-foot tall glass panel. It just wasn't there.
You know what?
I think if,
Warehouse,
You said Morris something, didn't you?
did I? No, I don't think so.
I think if you look at the Evans building too, it's got some architectural character to it that
Yeah.
they've,
They do have, and shows better in a couple different plans, but you can see they've got some columns here, but I don't think they've bumped them out enough to make a good difference. They need some more, I think that needs a little bit more detailed
oh,
stuff.
the no parking deck. It's the one, no, it's been built.
We all liked the thought of this, kind of the big
just
glass
finished it.
atrium feel, but it doesn't come across right for some reason. It's just not quite there. And then if you looked at the materials, they have a mesh metal screen in the materials. That's this.
So that's hiding something, I guess, right? That's hiding structure up there,
Or they're just trying to bring in a different
or they're just
material.
trying to.
Yeah, I don't know, but it kind of hit as why, you know? So there you go, there you have it. There you can see it here, this perforated anodized aluminum. Backlit, that's interesting, I just saw that, wonder what that means.
Perforated panel,
Backlit, I think.
probably.
Yeah, I bet it could be.
Not sure.
Well, if you remember the concerns from the neighbors about the Evans building was lights on at nighttime. And
Yeah, and let me see, I think we figured that out. Yeah, so they're here and here.
Okay, well, maybe-
So I don't think that they'll have that issue. I don't think you're gonna, you might see light, but I don't think you're gonna, not near as much as the Evans
Okay,
building that's
yeah,
sitting down
alright.
here. So,
So back to the location of that building, because I had the same thought, first thought when I saw the site plan is, why is that not out?
why is it there?
Can we not condition it on moving that building to the road?
Well, what created or what got Evans to push their building to the road? I mean, was that a council condition? Or they just,
Just did it.
okay,
I mean, they're adding a connection between the two buildings
Yeah, there's a
to
roundabout,
that
I think there's a roundabout.
save area to that existing trail.
well then, you know what, you talk about the automotive access, look at that site plan, the back from Amber Ridge, so where's, that's the loading up, the
It
coming
would
in.
come here, right into the parking lot for this building.
Oh, okay.
Parking lot's behind that.
Let me see, there's gotta be another. Yeah, so they got a roundabout here to get to the two parking lots, and then that other one comes out about right here.
Where's their stormwater detention going? Or is it already in place?
That's already in place.
Probably,
I'm-
yeah, it's probably for the whole
Yeah.
department.
I mean, I guess if it stays this way, key for
Boy.
me anyway would be some heavy screening of that parking lot from the road.
There is no other vehicular connection.
No, the only vehicular
Okay.
connection currently is this roundabout here onto North Winds. So you can see, I think it's right here. So this is where we want them to connect the parking lot right here,
Now, all that traffic's gonna go in front of that other building then.
in
is it?
front of the other building.
And does that work out with the grid?
That's gonna create a lot of traffic in front of that other building.
Do they need that many parking spaces?
I guarantee you they're exactly what they need to have for code.
It always seems to be that way.
Yeah, well, can you give them a reduction, a variance reduction, so we get some more landscaping and,
Yeah, I don't,
I mean, the challenge is right now, the vacancy rate for offices is 25%. Of course, you don't know what the future holds.
That's the only side that you're really gonna see there. And what's the grade do?
It goes up.
The grade goes up, and they've heavily landscaped it.
Yeah, if it's heavily landscaped, then
so, yeah, that was some question that we had that we'll want Steve to, I assume Steve Rowe is probably gonna do the thing on,
I can never read
On this building here,
It's hard to read.
so this is what would back up to that residential.
Yeah.
So you can see the grades here, but they look like they flatten out through this area. We believe that the Pulte is lower than what this is, even back in this corner.
Well, it doesn't flatten out, they just tie into the existing slope.
Yeah,
There's still a slope from the street up to the side.
so
That's-
again, if the Pulte is lower,
Yeah,
this is the stuff that we talked about plugging in different areas through here
So that's
instead of just having a line. And it would look a little bit more natural and,
So you want a condition to site spot the trees.
yeah,
it's just pine and poplar.
yeah. There's nothing super important in there.
Oh, I'm wrong.
Can't be.
I'm reading the grades, it's lower.
It's, yeah, we were confused a little bit. We're like, it looks like it's higher, but
The road's higher than that.
Because the road's
but the
higher.
numbers seem like they're lower, but then we don't know what the,
dropping off, is it?
so what they didn't do is include what the elevation numbers, the topo numbers for the Pulte. They didn't include those on these. They may have those, but they didn't include them on these.
Which one's Pulte, the one in the corner?
Pulte would be, yeah, so the new building's here, so this part.
I'm seeing grades there.
Yeah, I'm seeing some.
I'm seeing some that cross over at property line.
Right, but we don't know if that was from the topo because it doesn't change at all when it gets to the property line. So we don't know if that was old topos from this site. We don't know. We didn't know, so it was an ask.
Yeah, assuming the survey was done.
And then we've
And
got,
but, just a-
so we can get going here, we've
A
got south of
A
Wills.
quick comment on the last one. When we look at the photometrics, they got some hot spots.
Yes, they do.
They do have some hot spots and they're along that back parking lot side, so we need to get them toned down.
Right.
Yes, good point, Frank.
I assume they're LEDs, so that'll be easy to do, but they do need to do it. Okay, this is south of Wills Residential. So the Chevron and Wills Park are right in here. You're familiar with that old Chevron out there? The
saddle,
new,
saddle shop is back there. too.
facilities over here. This is the,
It used to be a car
body
wash,
shop.
and now it's
Used to be a car wash, body shop now. So they're doing some townhomes in here. We've got them to raise these townhomes through here so that they gave a good presence from, Highway 9. And
I could never get these to load.
this is the Wills Road side. Looks pretty nice from Wills Road facing over to the Ferrari. That'll be okay. And then here's your Main Street side.
So let me ask you this question, Brett, because these renderings are very architecturally very nice. How do you enforce that that's what it's gonna look like when they build it?
So,
I mean, I'm just thinking because not all these architectural features are labeled on the
Yeah.
drawing, they're just illustrated, but
yeah,
not.
that's what Brian and I do. We go through and we look at these and see if we interpret what they put on architectural drawings.
I mean,
It's gonna
you,
come out like that, and we usually make them put like this elevation on the title page, and then each front elevation page, we make them put it there so that we have that constant reminder, so we can see things like this coming through.
or the arched windows.
Or the arched windows
with-
with what appears to be rock above it.
Right,
kind of thing,
exactly.
yeah.
So I'm just thinking because what happens sometimes is, they go, we can't afford this.
Yeah,
And it
Always.
strips, I mean, they've got pediment, the entrance at the main front doors are they've got pediments and they've got architectural features and
We
just
can't
want,
afford it, but the starting price is probably 1.5,
Is that right? Wow.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are the other ones down there and the townhouses.
Well, these are 4 stories.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's when they're like, I can't afford it. Really?
I guess that means they have an elevator then too, huh?
Probably an option, but that's another 50 grand at least.
I really like the pool pavilion, the front elevation. I think
Looks like Avalon.
that's really nice.
What's the townhomes at Avalon?
What are they?
No, who did that development?
Monty Hewitt?
Yeah.
It looks like Monty Hewitt's
Yeah.
the one stuff.
Well, Harrison designed as high-end residential, so they,
Isn't that?
What is this,
Jason?
Brett?
Jason involved in that?
What am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah, that.
Did we look at these before?
we did- yeah.
Design recently, we looked at.
Yeah, that's gonna have,
Similar, yeah.
Very European.
It's right there too on South Main Street on the other, I think it's the other side of the
I
street.
think
I
so.
poo-poo.
This
Yeah.
house design looks like that.
So we're not reviewing the
We
concept.
looked at one similar.
Yes.
to
we're not
something.
gonna review concept, I don't think we review, landscape at all. I think we tell them, this is, you can't tell us, this is gonna be an overstory tree and this is gonna be an understory tree. Sorry, we need to know
There's no-
Where they're going.
exactly and
Okay.
yada, yada, yada.
All right,
So
very
So
good.
I could never get this to load on my computer at home for some reason.
it's big.
And I can't get it to load here either, so I don't know what's going on.
Are you guys able to,
Well, I downloaded the package from the
Yeah.
I
portal.
didn't download them.
okay, so that's it. We're ready to take a
And,
quick one and.
All right,
Hey, photometrics on this one has hotspots too,
Does it?
serious hotspots,
Okay.
yes, this one's
You
got
got
it.
like
Right.
sunscreen hotspots. I think I saw an 8.
Suntan?
I think I saw an 8, so
Frank's our new photometric,
somebody's gotta do it.
goes from Roger to
Is it
Frank.
warm or?
Is it what?
I just went back
Yes.
and
Okay.
read.
Fine,
Right.
or stop at 10:30.
10:30, I know.
I'll
All
probably be
right.
in the first 2 applications.
Okay, let's adjourn the workshop session. Go get your coffee cups filled. Let's get back here in 5 minutes to get started with our public hearing.
This is the,
If you go back to the
that's not a
website
coaster.
and click to add to
I got two, look at this.
And Pat's crowding me here, so I don't have any room.
Okay, what time is it? 9:15.
Well, Alex, I think you're wrong.
It still didn't work.
Oh, here comes something, hold on.
This
Okay,
was fully loaded if you want this one.
so we may be heading right to,
Last weekend I was fully loaded. That seems to be coming, come on, baby.
okay.
What now?
I don't see Taco Bell.
No Taco Bell? No quiero Taco Bell?
Oh, wait, this one. Nope.
Yeah, it's not doing it now. So just wait?
This one's pretty
Do
loaded.
you need that, don't you?
No, I don't.
You sure?
Yeah.
Is there, nobody's here from Taco Bell, correct? You guys are all, okay. Didn't think so, but just
No
want
Taco Bell. No Taco Bell.
Rosa Brett Schrader, City of Alpharetta. Good, how are you? Are you here for the meeting or?
Alex.
Maybe it's you.
What about that?
How far are you in the packet?
Pardon me?
How far are you into it?
I'm, 57, 58.
Okay, it might take a while for that to download, so
That's why I was waiting on with the other one.
yeah, that's, and it's not even a huge packet. Okay, let me know if it still doesn't.
Do I have to wait on it for page 56 to load before I go to 57?
Let me see.
That seems to be the issue, is getting past this thing on 56, which is a concept
Is
plan.
it a
like that.
heavy, like, site plan?
I think it's the concept
Okay.
landscape plan. Brett, why would you accept a concept plan even as part of the DRB package? That's my question.
We'll have to accept and
you in a
with
good-
what they bring, so.
You in a good mood that day?
I saw that they had nothing. Anyway,
See, I'm getting ornery in my old age, you're getting
Yeah,
soft.
so I just talked to Taco Bell and she said, oh, I heard somebody was heading that way maybe.
Usually it's
Kansas,
Taco
so
Bell.
hopefully you'd already started out.
So my wife has the newer iPhone where you swipe everything.
Yes.
She handed it to me. I'm like,
You still have a button?
shut up, Alec. Yes, I do.
Oh, Pat, you are living
What do you
in
think?
the
You
past.
think I'm just loaded and I just go,
Living in the past.
I'd still be using Windows XP if I could.
Oh my god.
I love Windows XP. That was awesome. That was such a good program.
We just upgraded all of our computers, our network stuff, all of our software, and I'm just lost.
Accept the change. That's good for you.
You young punk. I would still be using like AutoCAD 13 if I could. I would be using Windows XP. I'd be using all that stuff. Well, I'm dead in the water as far as looking at stuff. Does all this stuff get fixed, by the way? Are we Technology City of the South again?
No, not till November.
He's nodding his head yes.
We are the technology city of the South, just none of our technology works.
Ah, okay.
Hopefully November. So we'll see.
Is it still on the ship offshore?
Yes.
We're
Okay.
just waiting on you.
We can't say the queen has arrived anymore because.
Ooh. Okay, try this.
You want to say princess.
Oh, you
The
can say
princess is
princess,
right.
that's-
If we're into that aristocracy stuff.
Oh, we have an audience, we have to be on best behavior.
Why haven't
So
I
who's up first?
Well, I was playing for the past 5 years.
Oh, I'm guessing. How do you make this? Right. Get 'em?
Okay.
Yeah, we have people.
Okay, just do it like this. So,
right.
it's just not in a Adobe form.
Alex is our IT.
These are amazing. These are very age appropriate too. So thank you for that.
Yeah, if you guys,
Screens are larger.
so we didn't have those in August? I couldn't.
I think so, but not these little handy holder
So
things.
We-
Solid IT.
We weren't here in August, Pat.
Oh yeah, we weren't here last month.
I haven't been here in 3 months.
We were here in
We
August.
noticed.
Yeah.
I kept
I had lacrosse all summer.
going, and we just, so finally, I talked them into upgrading them. Those are iPad Pros, so they are supposed to be a lot more robust. However, Pat's
I've challenged that already.
problems already exist.
He hasn't been here in a while, he's forgotten how to do it all.
Could be, that could be.
Garbage.
Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. Let's call the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board public hearing to order this morning. Today is Friday, September 16th, 2022. Fall is around the corner, or the official date of fall is around the corner. I don't know about the temperatures. Anyway, glad you're here this morning. Welcome. All right, roll call. We have a quorum. How about that? We're missing Mr. Owens. We're missing Ms. Palmer. I did not get a message back from Mr. LaCane about attending today, so,
I talked to him a couple days ago.
did you?
He wasn't
Okay.
gonna make it.
He was?
Oop, I just did. I am sorry, I cannot. I have a doctor's appointment today, so Tom will not be here. And then Ms. Matherly is not here either, but we have enough for a quorum today. I know, Katie, you have to leave at 10:30, but we still have a quorum of 4 of us, so we can still proceed, so. All right, very good. With that, gentle reminder, if you'll turn your cell phones on to the silent or off mode, please. For those of us on the dais and those of us in the audience as well, we'll rise and face the flag and have the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you for that. Okay, next on the agenda, any items from staff this morning?
We do have one bit of sad news, a little more locally than globally, but we have lost Alex.
What?
Alex is our new office coordinator downstairs, so we'll be getting a new person, and she starts Monday. Her name is Tracy. She, in her interview, was a lot of fun. She was very enthusiastic. She's organized for multiple executives through FedEx and UPS, I believe. So we'll welcome her next month. Alex will be with her for probably at least one meeting. But there'll be a new face over here next month.
Oh my
Stop
gosh.
hiring such qualified people that don't want to advance.
Can you say dumber people so they last?
Right?
You're just blowing through people over here,
Just
Brett.
like, but
Alex just broke us in.
I know.
Does the new one type as fast as her?
We can only hope that she can keep up with Lauren and
I'll teach her
Alex.
to.
Alex will correct me.
Yeah,
Well,
I still don't think
congratulations.
you're typing in the
yeah.
And we'll miss you.
You don't think I'm typing?
No, I think you're
It's
just.
that little bit of
Thank you,
911
Goodbye.
experience. That was.
She was typing faster than we were talking.
Yeah.
Literally. And she rarely said, repeat that.
Right.
That's right. Well, all right, very well. Well,
Well,
we wish you luck, Alex. We're gonna miss you. So.
Thank you. I'll definitely miss y'all, so.
Do they keep you downstairs? Do you ever get to see the light of day, or?
Right? I'm in the front office now, so. Y'all come say
So
hi.
anytime you come in, you'll get to see her smiling face.
Oh,
okay.
Very good.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm still down there.
okay.
So who's not down there? Who's?
Deb, she retired.
Deb
Deborah
retired.
there? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Deb Honan.
Yep.
All right, so I'll come to you when I need.
Okay.
Exactly.
I met Chris this morning.
Excellent.
Chris Lagerblum?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
so
yeah,
good.
Chris
Great guy.
Lagerblum, so our new city manager is started. He's not living here currently. He's staying in a hotel. But his family is moving at the end of the year. His son will, not the end of this year, the end of the school year, his son will graduate high school, so they'll be moving up after that. He's coming back from Fort Lauderdale. He was here for, I think, 15 years as a police officer.
Yeah, he said Brand Milton.
And then he was at Milton and, yeah, so, very welcome from all the employees. It's not that we, had any issues with Bob, but it's a welcome change to see a family member come back. We didn't have to learn a new person, basically. For us, people that have been around a while, I mean, some of the youngsters didn't know him, but.
Okay.
Great. Those were you.
All right. Very good. Okay. Anything else from staff?
That's it.
All right. Anything from board members
Yes,
this morning?
I have something. Our chairman had a birthday this week.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. I did. Tuesday. I still celebrate, but I stopped counting.
Oh, that works.
How about that?
Yeah.
Go backwards.
So, anyway, thank you for
I
that.
think it's about
Yes.
time for Pat and I to stop counting too, right?
I can't keep track.
Yeah, it's,
My-
once
my
we hit
children
that
now-
5-0.
My
it's
children
like,
now tell me how old I am.
What are we?
That was good. So,
7:58.
thank you for that, Ms. Rocco. Okay, anything else from board members? Nope. All right. Okay, I assume everybody's had a chance to look at our minutes from the July 15th, 2022 meeting that we had. I know between Frank and I, we had a few minor tweaks that we sent to Alex, so it looks like you've incorporated those, Alex, and the printed copy we have this morning has all the corrections made to it.
Yes,
So,
it's in
okay.
Bill's packet too, so.
Okay, very good. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes from July 15th, 2022. End of motion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Rocco, and second by Ms. Rhodes. Any further comments or questions about the motion to approve the meeting minutes? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board meeting minutes of July 15th, 2022, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed, you're going to abstain. Okay, so minutes are approved 4-0-1. All right, very good. Got that taken care of. Okay, our first applicant this morning for our public hearing is Taco Bell.
Mr. Chairman, I've just heard from Taco Bell that they will be postponing to next month.
Okay, all right.
And they bring gorditas.
Or
All right, we're back on
Okay.
schedule.
All right, next up then is Chick-fil-A. Are you here? Come on up or come on down, please, this morning, if you will. Make sure you,
I think we're pretty good with yours. It loaded pretty well, so I'll do it from up here.
okay, if you'll make sure you speak in the microphone, introduce yourself this morning and give us an overview of what we have in our packet, please.
Good morning. My name is Donna Brown. I work for Interplan LLC. We're the architectural firm for this project. This project is to install what we call a Tormax door into the drive-through area. This would replace the existing drive-through window. We are also proposing to put some spandrel glass up, replace the existing glass on the 2 bays of windows that are to the left when you're looking at the drive-through window, and then also put some glazing on the 3rd bay of glass from that drive-through window, which will be a team member area, and then also put some glazing on the top windows, the transom windows up above. So the intent of this is, the reason why we need to make these changes to the exterior, I don't know if you guys have been to the Chick-fil-A before, but they do have a very high ceiling inside. So in the areas where we're going to be working on the interior of the building, we're planning on dropping that ceiling down so that it's at a more normal height. So it'll actually be at the height of where that the metal brake band is. In between the 2 sets of windows. And then the ones that we're proposing to put spandrel glass in, we're going to have to put a wall up. What we're going to be doing is what we call expanding the drive-through cockpit area. So if you've ever been through a drive-through before, inside the restaurant, there has to be an area where the team members put together the orders, make the drinks, do all the items that they need other than pull the hot food from the back. So because of the increased volume in Chick-fil-A, they want to expand that drive-through cockpit area, put up some shelving units that will be anchored to that wall that we're proposing to put where those 2 bays of windows are. And then there'll also be drink machines along there, as well as a cash register in that area also. So on that other side of the wall, obviously there's going to be some plumbing and electrical, which is why we want to replace that glass with spandrel glass so that people can't see kind of that unfinished area in between the wall and the windows. And then the team member area, we're proposing to put film on it that would match the spandrel glass, and then the spandrel glass is supposed to match the existing film that's on the windows in the back of the house area. So basically, these 3 window areas would be replaced with more of back of house areas. That makes
Okay,
sense.
why don't you walk us through, Brett's got I guess that's the interior elevation, maybe the parking lot elevation on our screen right now. Because I know you've mentioned, at least on the drawings, there's some sort of opaque film mentioned, and then there's spandrel glass. You just mentioned another material possibly too, so in your.
No, it's all opaque film and the spandrel glass. So the windows up above.
So let's take it from maybe left to right here.
Okay, so the window where the hand is right now, that's existing to remain.
And that's clear glass.
That's clear glass,
Okay,
correct.
all right.
Then the next window, that is the window that will be where the team member space is going to be. So we are proposing to put a film on the window, the lower window, as well as the transom window up above.
A film, okay.
A film,
All
correct.
right. So that's got, so the lower and the upper have film on it, all right? Then the next bay over,
The next bay over, the lower windows, we're proposing to replace those windows with spandrel glass. And I apologize, I forgot to mention the door. We're also proposing to put a team member door in, so team members can come in and out of that part of the space as well. So we would be putting spandrel glass in there, again, because it's going to have a wall across those windows. And then up above, we're proposing to put an opaque film because it's an existing window. So that's kind of the reason for doing the film and the spandrel glass. The spandrel glass will be the windows that we're going to be replacing, and then the other windows are existing to remain. So we're proposing to put a film over those windows. And the reason for the film over the upper windows is the fact that we're putting a drop ceiling, pulling that ceiling down and putting a drop ceiling in, and that will prevent anyone from seeing kind of an unfinished area behind those windows.
okay, so go over to the next bay now.
The next bay will be the same as the previous bay.
So that's got a
Spandrel glass
spandrel
on the
lower
top.
and an opaque film,
Correct, on the top.
okay? And then if you keep going, the next 3 bays, they're the existing windows,
Those are existing to remain,
and those have a film on them already.
correct.
So is the film that you're proposing to use the same film as it on those windows?
I can't guarantee that it's gonna be the same manufacturer, but the intent is to have all of those windows match.
Okay.
So the spandrel glass, the film, we want it so that when you look at it, it all looks the same. I'm only saying that about materials. We've been having issues all over with regard to sourcing materials and picking something and then having it not be available for a year or two. So, you know, I mean, again, I can't guarantee it's going to be the exact same manufacturer as that other film because obviously that was quite a while ago. But the intent is to have whatever we install to match the existing.
Okay. Well, one of my, as looking at, I was out there, I walked around the store, you can kind of see some silhouettes of what's been, the opaque film doesn't prevent light from coming out. You kind of
Correct.
get a glow, but you can see silhouettes of boxes and things that are stored up there. So I'm trying to prevent that because that's what's going to happen then where you have the new film above the spandrel glass, for instance, if you're going to get, if that's now a ceiling space.
Well, it's a drop ceiling space though, so the intent is not to store anything up there. But I say the intent. We all know how busy Chick-Fil-A is. They're lacking in space. So full disclosure, if it is, you know, if it's possible for them to store something up there, you're right. I can't say that they wouldn't.
Okay. Well, then I'm concerned about spandrel glass. As I think about spandrel glass, it's usually, I mean, you can't see through it, obviously, at all. And it's usually a darker, I mean, it just looks like the glass, almost a reflective. I don't know that the spandrel glass and the opaque film are going to look the same, if you follow me.
I do. I mean, we should be able to source it so that it does look the same.
Okay. Okay, and then on, are you doing anything on the old Milton side of
No.
your, because you already have some opaque film on some of those
Correct.
windows, and where you have your employee area, you have some opaque film there now.
Correct. Which I believe
So let's see here, yep,
had said that it potentially didn't match what is on the rear windows.
I think it's the same film, all right, so.
It is the same film,
The
okay.
3 higher windows on the left-hand side of this elevation, and that's where the restrooms are. That's got the film on it, and then the 1, 2, 3, 4 bays have clear windows, but you said are you bringing the ceiling down in those areas too?
No, the only reason why we're bringing the ceiling down in the other areas is because those are going to be food
prep.
service areas.
Okay.
Correct.
And then on the far right-hand bay, the lower section where it's white, looks like white glass, is an opaque film now. So I
Correct.
think that's your employee area.
Correct.
And then above that is clear glass.
Correct.
So are you leaving, is the employee area staying there?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question. I
Okay.
think that it's not because we're putting in an employee area. So that, I believe, was a temporary measure that was done during the pandemic when they were kind of using a lot of the restaurant for storage and for employee break rooms, and just, you know, an area where it was kind of behind, you know, they've had partitions that they put up.
Okay.
So I don't honestly know the answer to that question as to whether or not the operator intends to remove that film and turn that back into a seating area.
Okay.
Which I would believe that he would be because of the fact that we are removing some seating in order to expand the drive-through cockpit area into the dining room. So,
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure we've got, it's a great store, great location, great store. The architecture looks great, just trying to make sure we got some consistency now
understood.
in the glass. Because we have clear glass, now we have an opaque film, and then we have spandrel glass coming in, so you kind of get that.
And to that point, why don't you just put spandrel glass on the 3 windows, 3 bays of windows above the ones where you are putting the spandrel? Why not just continue that there rather than the film?
Because we're not planning on replacing those windows.
Are there photos of what it looks like? Do we have any
Yes.
photos?
I
I
do.
do have photos.
You got some photos?
I do.
To your point, though, I'm seeing 3 different types of windows where originally it's supposed to all look like one, right? Supposedly. In theory, it's all supposed to look consistent. So I don't quite get the film versus the opaque, and will it look the same, or will it look like this window?
In the
and this
presentation
window?
or the files?
In the presentation.
You can look at
I think it'll look odd with spandrel and the film up above.
those who have the.
I mean, unless it really looks the same, but it's hard to imagine that it will look the same. It'd be hard to get it to match that well.
It's that employee area.
Why do you guys just want to put film on
Well,
the
there's-
areas where the spandrel
There's
is?
where some film is, and you can see what's.
Because spandrel glass gives a little bit more of a inability to see what's behind it.
Yeah,
See
anything,
where I'm going at? Why not just?
I do.
Why not make them match?
Well, can I go so far as to say, we need to move forward with this project? So whatever you guys want in order to make this work, we're willing to do. I mean, the bottom line is, they need something there now. So
What am I looking at now? on this screen?
whatever we need to do in order to satisfy this beautiful city that you guys all live in, we are willing to do.
So
I know you
on the
don't hear that
screen,
that
what am I
often,
looking
but-
at right now? Is there,
So-
which ones have film, which ones are spandrel, or are they all?
None of these have anything. The only ones that have film on this facade are the ones, if you can go to the, can I?
By the way, that's what all our white bricks gonna look like when things start moving.
The windows, can you go back to the other one?
Right, well, if you say right there, that photo, those three high arched windows have opaque film in them
Yeah, those are the only ones on that facade currently that have that film,
on that elevation.
on that elevation, correct? Yeah,
yeah,
that's,
there's the film. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a
There
good,
is no spandrel in the building now.
no.
I'm gonna leave it up to
well,
the building architects, but I have trouble believing one's gonna look like the other.
If you put the spandrel in the upper windows, you won't have that
Then you won't have that, right?
Yeah,
issue.
and you still have the one that would be different down below. And that's the employee break area.
It's a team member room,
It's a
correct?
team member room. So I guess spandrel, it's not gonna let any light through, right?
Yeah, and I mean, there are existing shades there now, which if you would prefer, I mean, it's not ideal, but we could not do anything to those windows. Although, you know, when we put the drop ceiling in, you may be able to see something up on the top, but, I mean, in theory, if you're in the parking lot, you know, you'll be able to see it, but as you step away, you're not really gonna be able to see that much from, you know, from that window.
Do you know where the ceiling height is in relation to this?
The ceiling
These-
height, it will be right there.
It'll line up right
Heather
there?
Bay
Correct.
spandrel down below, and
So
put the film up above.
there's gonna be stuff above it. I mean, you're gonna have HVAC that's gonna plug in the top and things like that, so.
Really?
My thought was maybe do a condition that the top glass stays clear with no storage, but you're gonna have HVAC ducts come down, if they're gonna have prep area, you're
Who knows
gonna.
what you're gonna see if that ceiling comes down, you might have what is it, the cabling that holds
Yeah,
it
so
across?
Right.
so it's gonna be problematic. Then
I
the
think the
next,
windows just need to match. If it's,
at night, which this is an maybe not dark shot, but this is an evening shot, they're not gonna look at all the same, because you're gonna see light up there with those things through it.
yeah, I think if it's spandrel below, it's spandrel above. And that's just my thought. I haven't, because what you said as far as the film with that photo you just had up shows of the shadowing of things behind it.
Or else you just make it, the film more, you put a double layer of opaque film on it. I don't know. The problem is they've already got the opaque film on some of these windows now. And they're coming back with some more opaque film on other windows and then spandrel, so. And maybe everything in the lower side is spandrel glass and everything above is opaque film, but,
I disagree only because this unit is all one and
yeah,
Well, the windows that are in the kitchen, though, match the upper windows. So to your point, if we put opaque film on the other upper windows, it would match the kitchen.
So to me, I remember back when we did this case, and we did these three with the film that they have because they wanted some additional natural light. Which makes sense on the other side, that hallway to the bathrooms, you got some natural light.
Yeah.
Now that you've added the canopy, the natural light's gone, I almost think they black them all out. Take this film off and do a blackout that matches the spandrel, and you don't see any light through any of it at night from that side, and then day and night, that elevation's gonna look the same. What do you think of that? Because I agree with Pat, if you have
Yeah.
white up here
You're not gonna get
and
them.
dark down here, it's
Yeah, you're gonna,
it's gonna look a little bit odd, and, I mean, you're gonna miss some natural light coming into the building from in there, but I mean, that's not really a,
I'm just looking at the reflectivity and all that stuff, and then you start seeing it at
Exactly.
night, and that's an ideal photo right there. It just looks clean and consistent, and I'm not sold that one material above versus one material below is gonna keep that clean, consistent look along that elevation.
right.
yeah.
Donna, do you have a sample of the spandrel glass that you're proposing?
I don't, because it's gonna match what, our intent was for it to match existing, so,
Match existing,
the existing glazing
Opaque
that's
film.
on, correct.
because my experience, it's usually, the fritted glass has been at usually a black surface behind the glass.
That's what all the white bricks are gonna look like.
Yeah, I think that's the challenge. If it truly is gonna look the same, spandrel and the film, if it truly does look the same, then good.
But it's not, because
But it won't, because if you look at the right side of the picture that's up on the screen,
you see
you
shadows.
see
and-
shadows, it looks, has this yellowish hue to it, where the other ones have a reflectivity to it that.
Well, and the spandrel glass on the two bays of windows where the wall's going to be, there's not gonna be any light that's coming through.
Right, so at night it'll look different for sure.
Correct. So, I mean, and there's no way around that because of the fact that there's gonna be a wall there.
Yeah, so if you did, to Brett's point, opaque, more of an opaque film, so that it looks, no light goes through day or night, right?
That keeps the sheen consistent on all of it, you know, other than that very first window. Well, no, wait,
No, the very first window is into the vestibule. We're not
so
touching.
that one's clear glass.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you know what, then you just put this opaque, black opaque film on all the windows. Then you don't have to buy spandrel
Including the
glass.
kitchen,
Right. Including the kitchen.
including the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
And then that facade, other than the vestibule, all looks the
Well,
same.
the vestibule and the employee area, because I assume you're wanting.
Well, the employee area was gonna be filmed anyway,
Yeah.
so it'll be filmed.
Well, but the regular film, I'm assuming they want some light to come through into the
Yeah, we would
employee
not
break
want to
area.
put black on the team member area, because it's going to be completely enclosed inside, and we would want to have light go in. So, I mean, if we could keep that to match the windows that are on the vestibule, then
That's
that
clear
would-
glass though. So
Correct.
you would not film it, you'd leave it clear glass.
Correct.
Which is gonna cause them to keep their employees,
Keep things clean.
yeah.
Yeah, well, and there are also existing blinds there, so we'd keep the existing blinds so that they would have the ability, you know, to pull those blinds down.
All right, so let's go back to the rendered elevation and walk us through what we're talking about here. Yeah, what we just said, or what we tried to say.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, that's the old Milton
Front.
side. All right, here we go. Okay,
So I think what I had just said was these two and these three get blackout, some sort of blackout film, so you don't see any light through them, they all match. And then she said that they would leave this one clear. Well, no, they can't, because the ceiling, I assume, is
ceiling up
going
at the
there, so they're gonna have to black out the top at least.
Do you have to drop the ceiling in the employee area?
Where are those drawings, Brett?
They're on E-Plan and I can't get to them from here.
Yeah,
It's either all clear or all
or all,
blackout film,
okay.
one or the other.
And all the windows have to stay the same? Meaning top and bottom?
Yes. We want that, we want.
And then
the
this one
consistency.
goes into the vestibule that's untouched.
I can stay clear, yeah.
Yeah.
And that includes the three the three high arched windows to the
Yeah,
right.
so all of these and these would all get the same blackout treatment.
Okay.
All right, board members, does that seem to be, it provides some consistency on that elevation?
One thing that would help, excuse me, help too, I don't know about the spandrel glass, maybe Richard or you can help with that, but, the other glass has definitely got a reflectivity when you look at that angle. If you put the film on the inside, you're gonna maintain that on the non-spandrel. On the spandrel,
They're not, they don't have
so
to
does it
buy
have a
spandrel.
sheen though? Does it look like regular glass and you just can't see through it?
Are you talking about the spandrel glass?
The spandrel
Well,
glass.
if they do the blackout film, they don't need to do the spandrel glass.
Right.
You don't need to do the spandrel, you're putting the racking on the other side?
The racking goes on the wall. So as long
So you're
as,
gonna build a new wall inside there?
correct.
So it looks the same. At least we've got film, a blackout film, top and bottom, and it's consistent. Whether you get some reflectivity or not.
Right, which is where I didn't want them to put the spandrel glass below and then put the blackout film on the outside, because then
No,
that's gonna look different. The blackout's gotta go on the inside,
It's gonna go on the
so
inside.
that you
Right.
maintain the glass look.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, then they're not doing the spandrel glass then. They're just leaving the clear glass that they have right now and just putting the blackout film
Blackout
on the
film
inside.
on all of it.
That's the way I see that
Correct.
working.
I mean, I think we just saved him some money.
So
If
this
y'all
one
vote for
stays
that.
clear.
Yeah.
That either
Or
stays
blackout.
clear or blackout, yeah.
Yeah, and so we'll say yes, and if not, then we'll come back to the board.
Okay.
So going left to right, transparent, the second one is either transparent or blackout, then everything else to the right is blackout,
Correct.
okay?
Blackout film,
Blackout film, yeah.
okay.
And we'll leave the choice to them on the employee area.
Number two, yeah,
Right.
transparent
But
or
it
blackout.
has to be the same on the top and the bottom. So you
Yeah.
can either go clear, top, bottom, or blackout, top, bottom.
Any changes to the other sides?
There was no proposed changes, so I think I think it's within your purview to make a condition that current film wasn't approved, so they need to remove that.
Yeah, do we have the other elevation? It was on the next page, right?
It's on the rendering, but I didn't take a photo of the other elevation. My apologies.
There's the,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
we
there's
got a
your
plan.
floor
Here
plan
it is.
right there.
Yeah, so there's a wall. It would seem like you don't have to drop the ceiling.
So, yeah, there's a wall here.
Yeah, there is a wall,
And a wall.
but their intent is to have the wall go all the way up. So, I mean, we can look into that about not putting the drop ceiling in there.
Team area.
Yeah, we don't have a rendering of the other side, do we?
There is a rendering of the other side.
Yes.
I
Is
can
there?
take
Can we-
photos.
Okay, can we pull that rendering up of the other side, Brett?
Trying.
Okay.
It doesn't want to go up. There we go.
There we go, okay. So basically, the ones that are white are filmed now?
Well, they were.
They are.
They are.
They are and they were. This one was not and is.
Oh,
This was all clear glass.
Right. Well, that's their team area, on the right-hand side, that's their
Right,
team
so-
area now, it's a little bit messy, so that's the reason they did the film.
Correct.
Yeah, right, and I think, like she stated, it's probably gonna go back, but I think you all
But I
need to
don't know
condition
that
that.
for sure.
Yeah,
Well, it shows it being a dining area now, on the new plan you just showed.
Does it show that?
Because they're building a new.
Yes.
drive-through.
Yep. Yeah, and like I said,
Yeah.
I mean, they need the space. You know, we're taking out seating to put this expanded drive-through cockpit in, so.
dining room.
Yeah, it shows
Well-
dining. It was just a temporary team area.
And it says keep employees only.
So the left side there, where it says, is the right side window,
Yes.
the
Correct.
elevation, which is clear or not clear?
The one that's above where it says covered patio, that's one that does have the film on it.
The lower panel of the
Correct.
window has film on it. The upper is clear.
Yeah, so I think they made this a temporary team area, which should move here now, so I
So
think
now that becomes dining room.
becomes
Well,
dining room. I think you condition it
It
to
was
that.
dining room.
Yeah,
I mean, that's something that the operator did during COVID and it stayed. There is a partition up that kind of blocks the view of that area from the patrons that are dining in the restaurant.
I think
mean,
we
it's
just
always
condition
been
it that
intended
that
to be
film
dining
comes off.
area.
Okay, got it. All right, we have anything else on this one?
All about windows. All right.
All about windows.
Before we have a
I do.
motion,
What is the door, what happens to that door, the Tormax door?
the Tormax.
What does that look like? Does it film or does it get,
It has regular clear glass. If you scroll down a little bit more, I did take pictures of an existing Tormax. Actually, I apologize. I guess it's up top.
that's
The-
clear?
That glass is clear, and the material matches the canopies that are on the building.
The frame?
Yeah, this is a picture of a door.
Says it's a sliding door, right?
Correct.
Yeah, looks good.
All right, before there's a motion made, do I have any public comment on this application? Any public comment? All right, no public comment then. All right.
All right, I'll give it a shot here. Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 220038 Chick-Fil-A, motion to approve the changes with the following conditions. On the north elevation, going left to right, the first window will be transparent. Second window will be transparent or blackout, at applicant's choice. Windows 3 and 4 will be blackout film. And windows 5 to 7, which are just the arches, will also be blackout film. On the south elevation, the 3 arches on the left, the current film will be replaced with blackout film. And the window currently with film on the right side will go back to transparent. Film will be removed. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Swing and a second by Mr. Corkle. Any comments or questions about the motion on the floor? Well done. Okay, very good. No questions, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 5-0. All right,
Thank you kindly for your time.
thank you for your
Thank
time
you.
this morning,
And
appreciate
happy
it.
birthday.
Just a second.
Thank you.
Thumb drive.
It's funny, our office gives out birthday gift cards.
Yeah.
I get a Chick-Fil-A gift card, so, of all things. Okay, all right, next up is gonna be Parkway 400 office buildings. You're here, come on down. I'll tell you what, let's take a 5-minute, while you're getting set up, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. Fill up some coffee cups and so forth, but that'll give you time to get set up.
Okay.
Morning, how you doing?
No, you can get the official one once we approve the minutes next month. if they-
And now, once we do our plans, when we move forward with the plans, these changes.
So, yes, so go back into E-Plan, scan that document in E-Plan.
All right, so you
You can make those notes or however you want to do it on E-Plan and then get them approved.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem, thank you.
Rendering of the overall landscape, and then we
Perfect.
changed finish it. So that was all that changed in our
Okay.
submittal.
And that's all in there?
So there's,
Is it the one you sent us last night? Is the one you sent?
Yes, the final one.
Can I email it? Can you email it to him?
I could email it right now.
Okay, all right.
The anti-coming.
Oh.
We got, okay, we are going to 400.
Okay, thank you for that. Oops. I was just going to end our recess. Are we? All right. We're ending our recess, and our next applicant is Parkway 400. So, although I got the hold on a second sign, so
Where's that at?
that's the finger that came from over there at,
Finger.
well, just a minute finger.
No way.
Uh-oh.
Seriously?
That's
I
weird.
thought we were the technology, never mind, city of the South. All right, we're standing by. We're having some technical issues here. Bear with us for those that are joining us virtually.
I'm gonna keep editing that.
Okay.
If I feel like you're sitting next to a child.
I could draw something for you to color.
There you go. Perfect. So I tell my wife all the time. She doesn't have to. I know. That's 4 children.
See,
Uh-oh. The suspense is killing us.
time to reboot.
Yeah, maybe. We do, we do. You outnumber us, or almost outnumber us, right, this morning.
I found some people outside.
You definitely outnumber us.
They said they were Taco Bell, but I don't think.
They were here anyway.
Okay. Well, we've managed to make it through one applicant this morning.
Probably my fault for wanting to take a break.
I look at it as 2.
I think we're gonna see.
I wonder if that thing's working, if they can put me in there.
I don't know.
Maybe not, because we've got our iPads. at least.
Yes. They could put it on the overhead, but
send her a text cleaning it. Powder clean.
Yes, I know.
I think that's where we're at.
This wouldn't happen with Windows XP, Brett.
Oops.
Are we on dial-up?
It wouldn't happen to dial-up, they're just a lot slower.
Gosh,
It'll work eventually.
okay. All right, well, bear with us. That's true. That's true.
Okay, so now you can use this mouse and
Oh,
speak from here,
okay.
and we'll be good to go.
Okay, let's get going with the Parkway 400 application. Harvey, if you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce your team to us this morning, and then kind of, if you want to start off and give us an overview of what we're looking at today, please.
Sure. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be before you today. I was here a few years ago presenting a project at Kimball Place, 100 Kimball Place. Happy to report that that building is up and completed and is leasing up nicely. So on the heels of that, we're back on this project, which actually is about a parking lot away from that project. And as a special present to you, Richard, I want to present this project. It's unnamed, but it's right off Northwind's extension, two 60,000 foot buildings on an 11.9 acre parcel. And with me today are our civil team, Jesse Myrick and Jennifer Sprayberry from AEC, and Henry Cantwell and Michael Looney from Nelson Architects, and I'll turn it over to them.
All right, very good. Let's start off with the site plan, get us kind of oriented and everything
You want
for
to
us.
come over here and use this mouse, then you can,
And you can,
easier.
Unfortunately, Chris Fink was supposed to be here, fell to the weather last night, and so we scrounged around for a random engineer to cover, so I will be uncouth and use notes. As Harvey mentioned, it's about 12-acre parcel. Currently, it's located between Amber Park Drive and Northwinds Parkway in the vicinity of Old Milton Parkway. As you can see here for the location exhibit, it currently has a curb cut off of Northwinds Parkway, so there's that accessibility there. It has some surrounding commercial buildings that are already developed to the north, west, and southeast. To the south, there's a single-family residential development, and so that's kind of the neighboring area. There's a mature tree save area that we're hoping to maintain along the south property line as well to keep that separation from the residential area. Probably makes sense to move to the next one. Can't see where to click. Can you click wherever you go to the next? Okay. Scroll works. So this is the site plan. Plan north is north is to the plan right, plan east. And so the development is two proposed two-story office buildings, each 60,000 square foot. So it'll total 120,000 square feet. Each will have its own surface parking lot to serve each building. This will come with electric charging stations along with bike parking and other required features. There'll be utility services for each building, kind of hidden. For the northern building, it'll be on the north face, well screened with landscape. For the south building, it'll be along the west.
can you take the mouse or the pointer and just kind of, as you were saying, north and south and so forth, just to get us,
Absolutely. So this is the north building,
okay?
and the utility enclosure will be here
All right.
with screening along the north and west side.
So when you say utilities, that's probably the
Transformer, dumpster enclosure, loading area
Okay.
for
All right.
deliveries, et cetera. And for the south building, a similar setup will be to the west as well with screening along those properties. We're adjacent to that wooded park area. And
So that's the tree save area?
when I spoke earlier about a tree save area, that is along the south property line right here.
Oh,
With the
okay.
residential area being further to the south. But we are not planning on influencing the trees in that area so that they're well matured and grown and screening. The existing utilities, there's sewer, Fulton County sewer accessible on-site, and there's Fulton County water accessible via North Winds in the right-of-way. So it'll be serviced through those. As far as stormwater, there's an
Those have associated easements with them?
Yes.
Where are those easements at?
I believe it's routed through this main drive aisle down through here. That is our access to the site as well off of North Winds. The sewer routes through there. As far as stormwater, there's an existing detention pond to the north right here. It has been sized and designed appropriately for development of this site, already assumed. We would still provide runoff reduction and water quality on site with infiltration is the current plan. We're issuing infiltration tests to confirm that. And last note is we would have some site retaining walls along the east, along North Winds Parkway, and along the north property. And the retaining wall is proposed to be a 3 different size block material to match the existing retaining wall along the Evans property to match that.
Which side's the reveal height of that wall?
The height of the
Revealed
wall.
elevation, which,
Yeah, sorry.
which is the high side, which is?
You would be able to see it from the road. The intent of the wall is so that the 2 buildings can be at the same finished floor elevation, and so you have that matching symmetry
So
through there.
So you'll see the wall.
see the wall from the road.
From North Winds, okay. And roughly
How
how?
tall is it?
Yep.
I want to say it's 8.
If you'll speak into the, Jennifer, if you'll speak into the microphone, please. Thank you.
It varies from the entrance, the road entrance, around the side corner, the north corner. And I think the top height may be about 8, I think it's 8 feet on the roadside.
It looks like that wall continues all along the north side too as well, doesn't it?
Yes.
So it's a pretty, it covers, what, 180 degree or
So the
half the,
low end of that wall along the road is where, and the high end of that wall along the road is where?
The low end, it matches grade kind of right at the existing curb cut, ramping drive up into the site, and it's holding up the parking that for the building. Then it wraps all the way along that site again to hold it up. To the north, there's the existing detention pond and the office building to the north on the
And it's a
west side.
three-piece system, of what colors?
It'll, to match the existing Evans across the
And you're
access drive.
absolutely, positively sure you can source the three-piece system now. I've only got 3 projects, they can't source anything.
well, hopefully the Evans building is fairly new, so it's not like it's,
I'm hearing ridiculous numbers, like 12 weeks to get blocked.
We do.
Yeah. Nelson did the Evans building, so we have the spec on the block.
Okay. Getting it, I swear.
And I assure you, it's nothing special. It's not custom.
No, it's
We have a
three-piece
picture
system
on
yeah,
the
with a
site.
cap, I get it.
If you want to go back to the site plan, we have pictures of the existing wall over to the left.
okay.
Yeah, so we need to screen it better than what that is.
That's not,
Some site questions, I guess, from me. Now, there was talk of, there was mention of site access coming through, is it Amber Park? What I would call the, let's see, what is that, the what's north, the west side of the site? Has that been discussed or explored or anything?
It was considered, there's a significant grade change across the sites.
Okay,
They're setting up significantly from our site, and so that wouldn't work for that short of a drive path. It would require
Would that help?
tying in kind of at the far end south part of the parcel.
It's like watching American Bandstand over here, everybody's sharing one mic.
So
oh,
Jennifer tells me this is the existing,
oh, that's the,
Evans.
okay.
Oh,
So that's not a three-piece wall system.
but it's not stone, it's composite, or it's concrete.
So
Wait a minute, where is it?
three-piece that matches this?
That's the intent. That's the intent.
So you're matching, and you're putting a railing at the top too,
Yes, there's supposed to be a black
okay?
So,
safety railing.
and the cap on that is manufactured?
Doesn't look like it,
It doesn't look like it, it looks like stone.
Is this a stone wall or is this a three-piece wall?
That looks like stone to me,
I believe it's a poured in place with a stone veneer.
with a veneer.
Yeah.
oh. All right, so the intent is you're matching this wall.
In color and design?
And visually.
Yes.
Okay, and it makes sense to match it because it's right there across the street, across the driveway, entranceway. Okay. So that'll match, I mean, it'll go from the main entrance there, the bottom left, all the way around to almost, yeah, wraps about 180 degrees around that site. Okay. All right. So, one of the things that I'm gonna call it the Evans Construction Building, because I think that's one of the main tenants in there. They pushed their building to the front of the site or towards Northwind's Parkway. What was the thought of not continuing that same theme of pushing, I guess this is the northern office building to the front of the site with the parking in the rear? And
If you notice, just to the rear of the north building, if you move it down just a little bit, there's a large common area in the back here, which is a common area between our buildings and our neighbor buildings there too. So the thinking is that space would be a great amenity space for these two buildings, instead of having to walk across a parking lot to get to this great amenity space that we have already existing.
okay. So it looks like that amenity space is pretty far down from, looks like you're gonna have to take some steps or something to get there. I'm just looking at kind
There
of.
may be,
contour.
yes, there may be a few, like right where the hand was right now. Yes.
I think one thing we've been trying to do is just avoid that sea of parking in the front of buildings, and so.
Maybe you could build a nice trail along the wall or something to get to the back.
So to access that trail then, I guess, right now, you can only access the trail back to that, I call it tree save area, whatever that amenity is. You have to go through the building, the office building to get there, right? Or I guess there's a sidewalk.
sidewalk.
No, there's
Okay.
a sidewalk. You can,
Sidewalk?
there's current access off Amber Park Drive to the northwest. Yeah.
Oh, this,
But there's
okay.
also existing sidewalk on either side of the existing drive up off of Northwinds, and we're extending that sidewalk around the roundabout, and you can walk between the buildings. And as far as walking down into the park area, from the southern building, it's relatively at grade and is a gentle path there, as opposed to there are stairs as you venture further north, walking along that to then get across that grade.
Okay.
Is it pretty heavily used with the current trail? Is it used a lot, or have you guys just doing site visits, have you noticed it used, or
Yes, yeah.
any idea?
Occupancy
how are you gonna meet your ADA to access this amenity area?
That would be from the southern building, that flatter area is much more gentle, and we would achieve ADA.
There's a sidewalk going here then?
That connectivity is still being worked out, but that's where it would occur.
Okay, because you know, when that comes up in plan review, that's gonna be you're gonna have to do ADA to that. That's gonna be a requirement. Okay.
Okay, any other are there any other retaining walls anywhere else on the site?
No. The proposed look for the dumpster enclosures on either building is to match the intent is to match the existing Evans dumpster enclosure that's at their southwest corner.
Do you have a picture of that or anything so we can?
Yeah, it should be on the overall.
When we get to elevations.
No, it's the 2 pages forward.
Pages this way or up?
Up.
And just to clarify, that it's the same type of enclosure, but in terms of the materials, they'll match the building. So the same brick that we're proposing for the building.
Oh, it's gonna match
Yeah, so it'll match this dumpster enclosure, the existing one for Evans.
Correct.
Okay, any other site plan questions for the applicant? All right.
I just have one question. So Brett, there's a vehicular connectivity wish with the site next door, right?
Yep, with this site.
So you're going from a private site to a private site. Has that been explored with the owners of that property that they want that?
That's for you, be for you.
I think at this point, we prefer not to have it, just because we're concerned that parkers from that side will go through our site to get to North Winds, which will put a pretty heavy strain on that, like in addition to what, the 2 buildings we're putting.
Oh, and I completely understand that. It's that site's not made to connect to this site. It's not made for that. So,
Right.
I mean, the wish list is the wish list, but is it feasible?
And there's a significant grade change there too, so.
You basically have to drive through their parking lot, right? And there's no real arterial road to,
Yeah, it'd be parking lot to parking lot.
yeah. So,
And we know that people will take the shortest route, which is directly in front of both office buildings, where people would be most likely to be walking back and forth.
that's a tough sell.
Okay, anything else on the site? All right, let's go to the, how about the exterior elevations and materials this morning? Would you walk us through those, please?
Sure. If you can jump to the renderings. Okay. So the style of this building is sort of what we refer to as a traditional loft-style building. And what we mean by that is it's a building that's meant to look, traditional in its elements, but with some contemporary counterpoints. And it's a similar style to the Evans building, if you remember that. It was a traditional brick building, but we did have some large areas of glass. So in this case on our building, we have a brick veneer and some large window openings. The brick veneer will have, the expressed pilasters between the window. At the top of the building, we'll corbel the brick to give it more of a traditional cornice rather than just a straight break metal cornice. The other thing we did, if I can zoom, is we looked at the windows, and instead of in a traditional office building where you do your 5-foot module window, 10-foot high, maximize the glass, here we went with a different module. It's a 2'6" wide, by 4 or 5 foot high, and it just breaks that glass down. And that's something that we did on the Kimball Bridge project, which was very successful. So again, it gives it that sort of more traditional look rather than a contemporary office. Where we do look at contemporary issues or components is, you'll notice this component right here, and these buildings are identical, by the way. They're flipped and flop, but they're identical buildings. So the intent is, as you come up to this drive corner, is that drive circle will be flanked by these 2 towers. And these are a little bit more on the contemporary side. But we kept the window expression the same. We kept the spacing of the mullions the same, but we changed the material a little. So now when we talk about materials, I'll bring this with me, guys. We wanted to look at a brick or a building that sort of has some time to it. So we are looking at this type of brick, which has a white coating on it, but you start to see the red starting to come through. It starts to give the building that weathered look, like it's been there a while. To counter that, or to match that, we're going with a darker mullion scheme in the brick. So you really start to see the brick, and the windows start to go away. Glass-wise, we're using a clear glass with a slightly gray tint to the back. So it's a clear front, slightly tinted on the back. The visibility on this is a 50%.
He's ignoring the landscape guy.
I'm sorry.
He's getting landscape. I know, go ahead. Go ahead.
There's a VIP on this board, you need to make sure.
You know your audience.
But, so it's going to be a fairly clear glass. We want a high light transmission coefficient, so this is a 50%. But then we have to balance that with the SGC. But the intent is to have clear glass, so you're looking into the building. Much better for the occupants of the building to have that natural light. On our more contemporary side, we're looking at a material like this, which is a manufactured porcelain tile. It comes in large sheets, so it would act like a large metal panel, but much more durable.
Is this the backlit? Where it's backlit?
Yes. Yes, that's
That bright point
It's
says
the-
it's backlit behind.
No, I don't think that's it. That's something else.
it's the dark material here, but you'll notice at the top of this pylon is where we're going to start to talk about backlighting. So we have this material.
So what's that material now? You
It's
said,
called dectin. It's a manufactured material. It's like a porcelain.
okay.
Very robust, through body color. The beauty of this stuff is, you notice that when we take it down to the ground, a metal panel doesn't really survive very well down at the ground. People brush up against it. This is through body.
And what size module does that come in?
We haven't decided, but these come in like 5 by 4 sheets, maybe even bigger. So we can get these fairly large panels, so it's not going to look like a tile. It'll look like a large metal panel.
And how about the joints between them? Or the seams, or?
The joints are about the width of a tile joint, 1/8 inch, but we would use black grout to match, okay, to minimize joints. So the last thing we want is a checkerboard on this building, okay? And then up in that top of that pylon, we have this material. It's just a perforated metal panel. It would sit in front of the black panel, and then behind this, we backlight it, so at night this starts to show what it needs to be. Okay? So, and that's, sort of our nod to our contemporary side. And then where we have in that black zone is we would go with an anodized mullion, just to give it a little bit of a differentiation between sort of the traditional building with the contemporary elements. Okay.
So the storefront window frames are black in the main body of the building,
Yes.
but they're clear anodized in this corner.
Right, in our contemporary. We also have that. There's a piece that turns the corner here, which is only up on the second level. Right here would be the same thing. So this elevation is the main entry of the building. This is what's facing the parking lot. So you get the idea that the building itself is the traditional element that we're looking for. And then at the corner is our punctuation that frames that circle court that we have. And then we just repeated it again on the back side of the building. Okay. Park, you want to add anything?
Yeah, so my initial thought when you came up and you started saying this was traditional, I'm looking at the renderings thinking the whole thing looks very contemporary to me. Now, I think that brick you selected, now that we can, because this looks very white in the renderings. I think
It does, yeah.
The brick looks more traditional. I think there are some elements, though, to me, setting aside the ones you intentionally made contemporary. There are some elements here that feel like, seems like they could be more traditional. Like, for example, there's no water table. Right? It seems like in a more traditional building, you'd have a water table. The panes, the size of the panes of glass look a little big for a traditional building. The tall, thinner panels make it look more contemporary to me. So those are two things that stood out to me that don't look
Yes,
traditional.
and that's correct. And when you say that, I go back to my architectural history courses and I start thinking about, the work that was done 1940s, 1950s, in more sort of what you see now in these loft buildings is very little ornamentation in terms of water tables and things like that, because in that style building, that would have been a waste of money. It's let's build this shell for what's happening inside. So, but they did, as they would have done back then, is they would have done the polish, that they would have done the corbelling, but not necessarily a water table. What we do have above the window heads, which is not shown up, is our soldier course lintels. The sills will have a brick sill like you would see in a traditional building. But we purposely stepped away from introducing water table elements and things like that.
I think what happens though is this is an office building. You're gonna have furniture in those office areas, and that helps kind of conceal the furniture and tables and things that are pushed up against the window wall, especially if this is clear glass as you're trying to get. So you're gonna see everything into each of these offices. And I think some sort of water table will help cover that up, so to speak.
So in other words, not bring the glass all the way down to the ground.
I think that would help, and it also gives the building a foundation, if you follow me, instead of bringing it down straight to the ground. I'm trying to bring some architectural interest in this, and it's I like the brick. I'm just trying to maybe minimize a little bit more of the clear glass or the storefront where we can. And I think you did that on the Evans building, if I recall. The glass doesn't always come down to the.
No, but on the Evan buildings, if you remember, one of the big corners is curtain wall, top to bottom.
Yes, there was, yeah. And there was some issues with that, if you remember, because of the neighbors and the light and so forth, so.
Correct.
We're not there, but yeah, you look at the Evans, and I think you've done a great job of a water table at the base of the building.
To that point, though, I don't think you need the water table around all 360 degrees of this building.
Well, not in the more
I keep hearing the Evans building, I can't recall what it looks like or
right there.
any of
If
that.
I might just say, I could take from a leasing marketing standpoint, having floor to ceiling glass, truly floor is really important to tenants. They love having that full range of glass there, so.
Okay, and then you mentioned some corbels and some pilasters and things. Any kind of details of those to see? I mean,
I don't have those details yet. We haven't developed those.
okay, all right. Because I'm thinking, the pilasters, you get a pretty good depth. You get some shadow lines in there that
Yeah,
helps do that. And if you have if you do a header across the windows, if it's a soldier course or whatever you're doing, it's, really didn't see any of that in some of the
Yeah, so you can
elevations.
start to see where we're suggesting it right here.
Okay. And are you doing anything at the window headers, for instance?
We would use the soldier course.
Okay, that just shows running bond, doesn't it?
Yeah, we can change that. Yeah.
I think, I'm just trying to introduce some architectural.
Is this cursory or?
We were hoping for approval today.
So how far, I guess you're working on construction documents or getting ready to, or?
We will start as soon as this man here gets the word.
As soon as he
That would
signs
be
the
the next
check.
step. The first step really was to get DRB approval and then develop the construction documents from there.
Okay.
The canopy that's in the image that's on the screen right now, does that, where'd it go? There it is. Does that correspond back to any of the colors of the mullions, of the tile, or?
Yes, the intent would to match
Is that a
the,
standalone color?
the intent would be to match the mullions,
Okay.
the dark mullions.
Who's controlling that? Zoom out just a little bit of that rendering. That's the entrance, isn't it? I just noticed that, okay. So at the entrance area, you've got the storefront a little bit taller than you do in the other office areas.
That's right.
Okay, and then is that still clear glass up there, or is that?
Most likely it'll be spandrel because at that point we're up into the roof.
Okay.
Unless we can do a soffit detail behind it that will allow us to have the clear glass. It all depends on how the building is structured.
So is that, for instance, when you walk in there, is that a two-story kind of
No, it's not.
atrium? No, it's just a one-story. So that'll be an office, or
Correct.
somebody's office or something
Right.
up there. Okay.
What's the
Okay.
landscaping like around that, up against the building?
You want to?
Is that, I don't know, are we ready to look at landscaping? But that's one thing that may, also give a feel of a water table kind of thing.
Yeah, we can. Let's make sure I know both buildings are the same. Let's just make sure we look at all four elevations if we can. Maybe spin us around or turn us around. And let's see, okay.
So here are the flat elevations. So the top elevation is the elevation that's facing that green area. Elevation below is the elevation that's facing the parking. And
When you say tree area or green area, when you say parking, can you give me streets that it's facing? 'Cause there's parking on both fronts.
the front of the building, let me zoom out. Okay. This elevation right here would be on the north building, that's facing Parkway. On the south building, it's facing the neighborhood. And then the back of the building, this elevation here on both buildings are facing that green area that's shared between the existing office building and this site. And I think whoops. And then here are the end elevations. Let's see if I can zoom in. So this would be the end elevation that would be in line with that utility area. And this elevation would be the elevation at the corners of the two buildings where they come together around that motor court.
So that west elevation faces the roundabout.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And just looking at the the first floor storefront, it looks like it's about 12 feet floor to top of the storefront. And then there's 3 feet, I guess that's where your structure is, and
Correct.
is your typical ceiling inside at 12 feet then? So it comes and dies into the storefront header, or?
We would build a soffit for it. So it gives the tenant the ability to put the ceiling wherever they want.
Right.
But we just don't build it. We box out
Okay.
the window so that we can keep the clear glass. We don't have to do anything above it.
Okay, you do a pocket or something of
Correct.
that nature at that, okay.
And a lot of times in these types of office, they want the open ceiling, so they may not even have a ceiling.
Yeah, okay.
And this is a site plan question, because I've just noticed there's no entries to the buildings off that roundabout. So that roundabout is just a directional thing. You just
It is.
go one way or the other.
Correct.
Rather than a T intersection, and if
Right.
somebody's getting dropped off or someone going to the building, it's just straight off the parking lots.
Right, so we do have,
The roundabout only works because you don't have a true way to line it up with a T.
that's correct. So we do have on the back in front of the building, zoom out. So in our main entry is duplicated on the other side of the building off the greenway. So we are anticipating having a corridor lobby space that goes through the middle of the building. So that way, tenants in the building can come down to that lower floor and actually go to the back of the building into that green space, that amenity space.
Are there any thoughts of, or will there be any tenants having their own separate entrance from outside of the building to their space?
None are planned right now. That'll probably depend on leasing and what that plans, but these would be the main entrance, right?
Okay, so you've got, you come in on the first floor, you've got a main lobby, take the elevators up.
It's a flow through to the back, so when you
Okay.
come in, you can actually see through the building and see the amenity area in the back and so forth. So very
Okay.
light and open.
Right.
And then, for instance, your exit stairs, where are they happening, or?
We have one exit stair in the middle of the building that'll come down, exit through our lobby.
Okay.
And then the second stair will exit, whoops, not too far. We'll exit out this door right here.
Oh, I see, okay.
And that's opposite the circle on both
That's
buildings.
correct. It gets you sort of away from the building at that point.
So it'll be the west elevation.
Yeah, and this sort of corresponds to where we're gonna have the utilities for the building, electrical rooms, water rooms, which are right adjacent to that utility yard.
Okay, are you anticipating, for the HVAC, like rooftop units?
We are.
Okay.
And to accommodate that, we have a fairly tall parapet around the building, 4 foot. So whatever units we have will sit down in there, and you can see from here, without screening them, they're out of view.
Just want to make sure they are out of view.
Yes.
Okay, and do you have anything, I mean, does a stair go to the roof? Do the elevator overrides pop up, or? I'm just thinking, is there anything else that's?
Yes, depending on the elevator, you'll probably have a pop-up, but these are, it's only 2-3 feet, if that. The stairs not going to the roof will have
Like a roof hatch?
a roof hatch from the stair up to the roof.
Okay.
So the only thing of height up there would be the equipment, and we have not sort of defined what that equipment's gonna be.
Okay. And then around, is there any thoughts on signage for tenants or anything of that nature on the outside of the building?
Right now, whoops.
Or any specific areas that you're gonna allow for, or?
The current thinking, and this may change, is right here. If a tenant wants their name on the building, we're looking at that location right there.
Okay. Okay, any other, and then you've got some, I guess you've got some wall-mounted light fixtures?
Correct.
Okay.
So, and they're not there to, they're more to give a little sparkle to the building, if you will. We've got, from our photometrics, we've got, just like we did at the Evans building, is you've got your parking lot lighting, and then more decorative lighting in and around the building, and then what's on the building is just a throw light down, just to highlight the building at night. And then the canopies will have down lighting on them. That'll create a pull light in front of these doors.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the thing that's tough is not having the brick detail. You know, seeing that, you know, soldier courses over the windows, and I look at all these and I keep thinking it looks contemporary, but I think it's not going to look contemporary with what you're envisioning. But I'm not really seeing it here so that I can tell myself exactly what it's going to look like. I still like the idea of a water table. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I may be alone in that.
No, that gives us some.
Yeah. The other thing about the water table is, and actually this is a good elevation to look at, is this is a long, low building, okay? And what we're trying to do is emphasize more of a verticality, so by bringing the glass all the way down to the ground, you sort of eliminate that extra horizontal layer.
Well, what happens too is though, with the ground floor glass that you've got, you don't break it up like you do on the upper floor. You follow me? You've
Right.
got, in the upper floor, you've broken up those large expanses of glass with a center of brick, for instance. So you're getting, so the ground floor now is making it more horizontal by the way you've designed the windows. So,
Then it goes back to this.
and maybe there's I don't know.
Can I ask you to look at the landscape plan like you just said? That would alleviate your concern.
Landscape, the challenge, Harvey, sometimes landscape is not always there. So, but just looking at the architecture of it. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
All right. Any other comments about exterior elevations and materials? All right, well, let's go to landscaping then. Jennifer, you're on.
Remember to talk about photometrics too.
Yeah, okay.
Which page is this?
Okay, so as Jesse mentioned in his presentation, we do have quite a bit of tree save on the site. The site is primarily pre-graded. It just has shrubby pines existing in most places, but we do have some groupings of trees here in the green space area, and then down on the south side adjacent to the residential. We don't have any specimen tree removal on the site, so and we meet density with the existing trees to remain.
So what are you doing up against those walls?
Those walls, the front wall. So here's our overall rendering. We can look at the big picture. We do have the landscape strip along the frontage, which is below the wall. And so what we've tried to do is, take well, first of all, that we want to pull what we have designed at Evans and pull that kind of across the entrance so that that all ties in together on the slope that's going to occur from the road up to the base of the wall. And so we've tried to incorporate the same palette that we used over at the Evans site, specifically along the frontage. And we are aiming to incorporate, you know, massings of plantings.
Can you zoom in? I want to get.
Yeah, sorry, we can, let's actually go to our enlargement.
Because I saw the image of Evans, and it's got grass and wall.
We don't have that condition here. And we've actually added, I can show you, let's look at our enlargement. Can I zoom?
This is from May.
That's the front?
Yeah, this is north winds.
Right, so there's grass and wall there.
Yeah, over here. Let me go this
So,
way.
excuse me, I keep hearing like Evans, like Evans, like Evans, like Evans. So, I want to, so,
Can we look at the photos?
I wish we could pull that up. Can you
Landscape.
turn that around for
I
me?
had some photos.
So besides the big Kemp sign there, there's grass and a wall on the left side of that entry. And,
Is it here?
thank you. Did it bomb out?
Right, in holding it up, I hit the off button.
Oh, no.
At least I didn't have to save anything.
Right. so-
Okay, there we go.
So that's kind of at the base, that's in front of where that wall is.
That's not where the wall is. I want to see where the wall is. Because there's the driveway that goes up, you got the wall on the left, right? The existing wall.
Next. Sorry, thank you.
Pull it up.
Well, and so I can speak to that a little bit. So on our property, on the
There
entrance
it is,
drive,
bottom right.
we have added additional landscape along that wall to give it a little more of a buffer. We can't pull it around the corner of the wall. That's not the that's Evans' property. But, so you can see where the landscape,
So
we
that's what
tried to
I'm talking about.
keep that area clear on the Evans because I believe that was intended for a sign face at some point, which doesn't look
Yeah,
like
this-
it's there.
Yeah, this has to get another detail that still isn't there.
Still isn't there.
Kemp sign didn't do it.
And so we have proposed landscape, if you can
Actually,
point.
that's a good
like it.
point. I'm gonna have to go talk to them about that campsite.
Oh, no.
That's gonna go away.
It's been there a while. It's been there a while now.
Now we're,
So,
Kemp,
I'm sorry, Jennifer, I want the specifics of what you're gonna do in front of that wall, because on that side, like I said, it's grass and it's wall. So I'd like to see the specifics of, there's a lot of stuff I can see in there, but I can't read your graphics, so I'd like to find out what's going on in that wall, and what you see from the street,
It's okay.
and what the treatment of that wall is specifically, the plantings.
Let's look at the plan.
What are we doing to screen it?
On the front or the,
This front of the street.
okay. So as you can see, we don't have the condition with the grass adjacent to the wall. We have plantings along where the wall starts at this point here.
And what are they?
Zoom in.
And I know it's a challenge.
This is difficult here with this mouse. So we have a mixture of texture, color, massings of plantings. We have ruby loropetalum, knockout rose. We've got some ground cover rose. We have mix of grasses. We've got Forster's feather reed grass, maiden's grass, the ruby and the grasses, and let me zoom in.
What's your tallest evergreen in there?
Let me look. It gets towards this middle area. We've got recurve ligustrum and maybe, sorry guys, I'm trying to.
Looks like there's a water vault in there too, or some sort of vault.
There is, in this location. And so our wall starts ramping up kind of in this zone here. And it looks like we've got the ruby loropetalum with grasses in front, knockout rose, hydrangea, mixture of perennials and ground cover.
Are there any vines on that wall?
I'm sorry?
Are there any vines on that wall?
No, we haven't proposed any.
So ruby loropetalum is,
That's our
4 feet.
tallest. Well, if it's left to its natural state. maybe a little more, like 6. And then, but at the top of the wall, we have our parking screening, so that's recurve ligustrum at the roadside, and then Suzanne fringe at the parking side.
Okay, and what are your trees along that frontage?
The frontage, it's black gum, and we have some chased, and I believe this is Natchez, the crepe myrtle, a mixture of understory.
What's the trees on the Evans side, you know? The street trees?
Hey, you can't steal that question from me.
There's actually, well, there's actually existing trees all along there.
We're not, actually, it's black gum. I can see the symbol here, and we did the plan, so it's black
See,
gum.
there's existing trees. Streets.
So are you mimicking that streetscape with bread?
And that can-
We are. We're carrying the same principles, the same plant palette across the way. The condition is a little different because on Evans, it went from the street, we went up to the building, and so you view that landscape from the building out and then also from the street on that slope. But here, we're trying to kind of screen the wall a little bit, you know, incorporate some texture and interest against the wall.
Okay, so what I see down the road, so I'd like to get vines on that wall. I'd like to see more larger, taller evergreens to help buffer that wall. I think you see my theme here. And then as far as the plantings underneath those trees, take a look at those, because what I see 5 years down the road, I see it all over the place, and Windward especially, like, is you keep seeing shade trees that have gotten big, and what was the grasses and the roses and all the plants that did well in full sun, they're all dying out.
But the plants
So-
that will do well in that condition won't do well as they're planted with a smaller tree that doesn't
Right.
throw the shade.
So-
So that's
That's the hard part.
Yeah.
So I'd like you to
Good
take a look
now?
at that, because it happens. So I know you're losing some of your colorful textural palette because you're going more to things that survive in both, evergreens and all that sort of thing. But all of this in 5 or 6 years, when those trees get bigger, it's half of it's going to die off. So
You have a planter strip between the street and sidewalk, or is the sidewalk?
it's existing, and there are maybe 6 to 8 inch caliber or more trees lining this whole street on both sides.
That's not the existing
No,
here.
that's correct.
This is your sidewalks here.
I assume this site is irrigated, or the sites are irrigated, correct?
It will be.
is the wall modular or is it pour in place? I heard 3-piece modular.
The intent on this wall is, because of the size of it, is to be modular.
But it's going to match the Evans construction
Well,
wall.
it can't match the other one because the other one pour in place veneer.
That's going to match the other one. They said that.
How do you
They said both.
No, they said it's going to match the Evans construction wall. That's what I heard.
Okay, which is pour in place veneer.
With the veneer, with the,
The intent is to match the veneer with the modular, if we can get that.
The color and pattern.
wait,
That was done a while back, and we should be able to get to that.
So here's where I'm at with it, and this is why I keep harping on it, because it's a big wall. See, if that wall is reversed and the wall is, the view of that wall is from the interior of the site, then I'm not harping on this at all. But I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing 3-piece modular, and I'm hearing match Evans, which Evans is pour in place veneer. So, which is it?
Which was kind of my question at the beginning. I've not seen a 3-piece wall that looks like that.
No.
So do you have that example of that 3-piece wall, or?
We don't have that sample.
So that's where I'm going with, we're gonna need to screen it. It's gonna have to look better 5 years down the road and that sort of thing. That's what if I hear modular, I'm thinking then you gotta put vines on it. That sort of stuff.
Could I ask, assuming the big assumption, I don't know, that you're approving the project, but with the requirement we need to come back and show you what that wall is going to be, and landscape plan on it for further review.
Well, I would just condition it on it has to match the Evans construction wall. If it's different, then it's not right.
I mean, I get it, the cost is gonna be huge to do a pour in place wall there versus modular, I get that. Okay, so the rest of the site.
well, we're keeping the landscape theme
I don't
This
think,
one
I don't
will
think on
look
that
funny.
corner you can have two walls that look different. That
No, I agree, and they need to match.
And no easements where we can't put it, and then Fulton County 20-foot wide easements where we can't put large trees in.
We've stayed out of easements.
Yeah, well, yeah, Fulton County's dug their heels in on this. So what is that A up there, top?
A?
So there's a, is that a storm line through there?
This is connecting, this is the existing pond.
Okay, so so that's existing storm, the gray line?
Yes.
And then it's got something that comes off as the trunk, which I guess that's a curb inlet?
Yeah, the storm drainage design,
So it's stuff like that, you gotta get that storm line out of that tree island.
it's to be designed, so.
that's a good point. Yeah.
Back to the wall, since we've just turned that corner there, assuming the wall northwinds, it matches the Evans wall, could it change to more of a modular wall as it turns down this elevation?
You're talking about as it runs horizontally across the screen?
Right.
Into the entrance.
So we just
road.
face the pond, the detention pond, basically.
Lost track of where we are. Oh, so that's, okay, on the north side. Okay.
I guess it depends on what do
You
you,
zoom out a little bit,
yeah,
see
what do
it.
you see, or how much of that will you see?
What's the height of the wall?
I think it gets
Can you
shorter
see?
during that
It
portion.
does.
It's closer to 64
It's-
along the northern part.
According to this, it's 8 foot.
It's 8 at this point, here, and here. At the corner, we're at 9.5.
And
58,
66 to 58.
Back here, 7, 8. So it's practically 8 foot all along there.
and a water line right at the base of it, and there's your easement, right? So because of that easement, you didn't plant anything up against that wall?
Well, there's existing vegetation at the pond. We've put in the landscape, the landscape strip, trees and shrubs.
But at the base of the wall, there's nothing?
Not at this time.
Well, they're putting a water line in.
I get that, you can put shrubs and vines, you can do everything except trees at the water line level. So if, yeah,
Let me
so,
go to the aerial once real quick and just look at, if we can get a. So we're talking right through here. I didn't realize that was a wet pond. Okay.
okay. Roundabout. Can we look at that real quick? There you've got nothing but utilities right through your main core there. So the easements are they shown?
Yes, we have, let's see. Jesse, is that right? This is an easement here.
There would only be a sewer easement on that. The water line would be private after the vault.
So the sanitary sewer stopped here. It's gotta do something though, right?
Yeah, it was stubbed up, and the easement would be
Here.
a proposed easement, once the sewer has been designed.
Who laid out the sidewalk? Who laid out that sidewalk as it comes off that roundabout?
We've had
Who
some,
drew the sidewalk?
we've had some back and forth between Civil and LA, and with the original design intent that we have the circle with kind of a square feature surrounding.
Did you lose the battle, Jennifer?
We've had, it's better than it was, but we've had some back and forth.
So, let me take up your battle for you. I think that sidewalk needs to move back off that roundabout. Again, I'm looking at what you see from the right of way, what you see from cars coming in, that sort of thing. You've got a great opportunity there to put some sort of formality around that roundabout, and your sidewalks cut it all off. And what I didn't see there was there's no trees, there's nothing that forms that hierarchy of the planting as it comes around. There's more of an accent planting around where the two sidewalks meet at that T. That's highlighted more than this roundabout is. So I think your sidewalk layout needs to push away from that roundabout, and you really need to add some sort of formality. If you can get some trees in there, again, as you see that up the throat from the street, that would be great. I mean, you've got lots of room on the north and the west to move those sidewalks out of the way.
Right. I think we were kind of pinched here at this property line, and so.
Right. The south side, you're
Yeah.
sort of pinched, but it sort of reduces in
And here as well.
being able to accent it anyway because of the building. That's why I keep asking about the easements. Are we inhibited by easements through there because there's no trees? And that's, I was looking at, there's no entrance to the building on that side, so it'd just be nice to really add some sort of formality and play off that roundabout as best you can without these 90-degree diameter, or excuse me, 90-degree angle sidewalks that sort of just cut it all off.
Yeah, it just looks like there's a lot of solid.
She lost the battle.
For now.
So, what are your trees right there? There's.
These are shumards around the circle, the ones that we have at the crosswalks.
I mean, can we get anything with a little more columnar shape that goes around that arc somehow? Whether it's a horn beam or.
Columnar form?
Yeah,
we could.
just something that will really play off the roundabout, play off the shape of that roundabout, and if the sidewalks curve around it, fine. So anyway, I've probably taken up too much time.
Great opportunity right there to focus some artwork or something, like you said, do some formal stuff around it.
What's in the center of that thing? I see nothing on this drawing.
Was it a comment from, that it needed to be drivable, to be able to drive over it?
Well, that's kind of there's a truck apron that's mountable, is that, not the innermost ring, but
This outer,
the wider ring, so that
those are pavers opposed.
So that's your
trailers will be able to.
Right.
Is that for fire truck?
semi trucks or what?
Yeah.
I like the roundabout, I get it, because you can't put a T in there, then all of a sudden whatever happens to the roundabout just sort of gets dissolved away. Okay.
Speaking of that, how about, is there gonna be some signage, exterior signage or directional signage for, as you come in, whether which?
I'm sure there'll be some wayfinding signage and so forth coming through, but we would come back with the signage package for approval at that point.
Okay.
That's it for me on landscape.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's take a look at photometrics. I know I saw that in the package.
Turn radius may work,
Let me see where that is on my. Looks like that was towards the back of the package, I think.
Did you want to talk about the landscaping up against the buildings?
Well,
Came up.
yeah, I did. We really didn't. I mean, you look at the you look at the renderings, there's nothing on that, on the renderings, but they do put something up against the building.
Yeah, but we did have landscaping up against the
We
building.
do, and we actually incorporated a 2-foot stone strip at the base of the building to offset any kind of splashback or anything onto the windows to preserve that. And then the landscaping would be between the stone strip and the sidewalk.
I'm sorry, and Do we have anything accenting those entries? No, the entry itself architecturally has a canopy over it, and there's, do we have anything that really highlights those entries, or is it?
Landscape-wise?
Yeah.
I think we have some, I think we had small ornamental trees. I think it was the
Let's hit
catawba.
this real quick.
Okay.
We'll go back to,
One thing that whoever did this is gonna have to do on this side especially, they gotta come to the property line.
the property line.
Yeah, so it's gotta show me out to the property line, because you've got some hot spots along here, that if you wanna call this the line of your demarcation for your lighting, then it's gotta be zeros. So
Okay.
you're gonna wanna pull that all the way to the property line,
Okay.
so that you can bring those
See where the
numbers down.
zeros,
Yeah.
the zeros at the property line, not the curb line.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because they're not at the curb line, so.
Right.
So you need to take advantage of that extra ground you've got there.
Okay.
are the light fixtures the same as the ones over, as we refer to the Evans building?
Correct.
The standards, the light standards?
Yes, they are.
Is there anything highlighting around that roundabout and those sidewalks there? Bollards or anything?
These
of that sort?
bollards, we have them in an arc around the roundabout.
Only the
Yeah,
landscape did the
especially
same
if they haven't
thing.
taken it out.
Only the sidewalks did the same thing.
Wouldn't it be fun, cool?
I don't know if I'm helping you or hurting you, Jennifer. You're hard to read.
All right, did you want to go back to look at those?
Just real quick, only because it came up and
The landscape.
I know I'm scattered in my thoughts.
No, a good point. We,
The rendering show grass. And every time I try and zoom in on this thing, it bombs out, so.
Oh, because it's in the page, that's why I'm like, why does it? So we can maybe kill two birds with one stone here, Pat. There's your main entrance. And let Jennifer tell us what she's got there, which,
So we really tried to work with the architecture in the landscape, and we do have, so at the entrance here, we've got the sky pencil at the side of the doors. We'd likely have possibly some raised planters, containers, with some seasonal plantings right by the door. We haven't shown them here. We do have seasonal color. That's the dot pattern. And then I believe that's a ground cover rose or a whirling, the gaura, whirling butterflies. The strip, that's the stone strip that Brett's pointing to there. And that continues around the whole perimeter of the building. So those are maiden's grass and vintage jade distilium. And so there's our upright, I believe it's a catawba crepe myrtle. So it's not one of the larger ones, it's one of the smaller crepe myrtle, but we're going to accent that center kind of column, that vertical in the center of that area. And then along the rest of the columns, we have the emerald green arborvitae accenting those.
So that's east. That's east side, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then the other building, what do you have on the
It's
south facing? Same?
It's similar. It's the same
Okay.
at the entrance in the lower right. And so you can see how the crepe myrtle sits in the center. So you've got your upright, your vertical accent, and then you'll have the smaller emerald greens along the kind of
Oh,
upright
you got
areas.
utilities all through there.
Mm-hmm. So the idea was to incorporate, because it will be viewed from both sides, to incorporate movement with the grasses, year-round interest, some evergreen too to ground it, and some color with the ground cover and perennial.
Okay.
Okay, we've hit site plan, we've hit landscaping, exterior elevation.
sample of the,
It's on the overall landscape. We have an image of the stone. It'll be up from here.
hey,
Yes. And again.
There's your
Stone.
footstone.
Strip. And the dark gray to tie into the accents on the building.
Okay. And we covered photometrics as well, so, all right, I think we hit everything. All right.
There was talk about placing, again, I apologize, I'm scattered on this because I see stuff as it pops up, only because I can't use it. Can we talk real quick about the existing plantings on that south elevation of the site? And what the plan is for
Yeah.
putting trees in there? Because there's,
Well, so
it's just pines and some poplars, it looks like.
it is pine and poplar, and so what we've done is to, again, carry over the buffer that we provided at the Evans site that's along the other southern border there, and we've carried it into the areas where it was a little more sparse up along the top border. We've got that power line easement coming through, but we've placed the evergreen plantings right at the easement there.
What are those, Jennifer?
So we've got Bracken's Brown Beauty, it looks like Green Giant Arborvitae, Nellie R. Stevens, and we also have some shrub materials, so on the residential side, to kind of bring down that buffer on their side. And I believe it looks like maybe sorry guys. I think it's, again, the ruby fringe and recurve ligustrum and possibly compacta holly, a holly.
So this site down here, that's the residential, tell us about the topo between the two here, because you got a lot of topo here.
So we're going down to the site from the top here. Our easement is along the power easement, and then you have the residential on the other side of that to the south. And then, so we've placed the evergreen at the top of that slope, and then you've got the existing trees as you go down the slope.
So the residential is lower.
No, sorry, the residential is higher, and you're sloping down to the site.
Down to your site?
Yes. And so that evergreen is really going to, maximize the screening at the top of that slope for the residential. The residential, actually, the homes kind of slope back down from the easement a little bit, but it's less so on this end than it was at the Evans site.
And you're confident those can thrive in the canopy of the?
Well, they'll get, they daylight on the other side of the canopy, and like you said, it is the pine, so there's they will get a good deal of.
Is it irrigated?
I don't know the answer to that in this location. Maybe
It'll have to
temporarily.
be. If you've got all this going in, it'll have to be irrigated.
Yeah, I think it is on the Evans side, but that was fully cleared. We didn't have any existing trees to remain on that side.
So this turns out to be almost understory trees in here, right?
It does, and some, again, the plantings I'm hearing, are full sun plants, but it's a south elevation, so it might be okay, but it might be, this has to be sort of in the field adjusted.
Right, and they can have those notes.
I mean, yeah, can you do this the way they've laid it out, or do you have to actually walk the site and say, okay, to stay out of the root zone or to?
I think you
get
gotta move some stuff around. I don't think it could just be planted just like this.
No, usually we'll have a note that says to be field located on site around the existing, root zones. We add that for the.
Do you have that note here?
Not on this set of plans.
Okay.
I just know there was a lot of concern from the neighbors
Yes.
that we got on the Evans construction side about making sure that it was screened and there was a berm and some other things that were.
And we were involved with that on that side, so we've incorporated the screening here.
Yeah, and I know you got the fun part is you got an easement for power and you gotta stay back of that and you got
Right.
a landscape strip and it just goes on and on.
It's challenging.
We
Yeah.
love our neighbors, and I'm sure Harvey doesn't want to hear from them either, so.
Right.
So there may be opportunity for something a little more shade loving, like a sweet bay magnolia or something.
So
like that.
could that be something that David or staff
think so.
works with?
Yeah.
Jennifer and them when that comes time? Okay. All right.
All right, I swear I'm gonna be quiet
Okay,
We're to pause just a minute and be sure. So,
okay, before we start any motions, make sure is there any public comment about this application? Any public comment? No, I don't see any.
I don't think we have any public, yeah.
All right,
Just a question for Brett. On the site plan, do we need to mention the ADA, or that's just going to get handled as a code issue? That's just code, okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 220039, Parkway 400 office buildings, motion to approve the site plan as presented.
Second?
okay. We got a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Corkle. Any comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 4-0. Let it be known that Ms. Rocco had to leave kind of a little bit ago, but she did participate, but is not voting. Okay, we've got the site plan done.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 220039, Parkway 400 office buildings, motion to approve the elevation of materials with the following conditions. Applicant will submit the brick detail to staff for final approval, including, for example, the soldier courses above the windows. Applicant will add a water table to the brick sections of the building, similar in scale to the Evans construction building. The utility dumpster enclosure will match the building. And a motion.
Okay, motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Rhodes. Any comments, questions about the motion?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm sorry. When you mentioned the water table, the brick portions, you meant where the brick pilasters come down, there'll be a water table?
Yeah, in the brick sections of the building, not in the contemporary. You had sort of
Not in the windows, but
So you had some contemporary sections of the building that came all the way down to the ground. Not those sections, but the sections of the building that are all brick. Yes, a water table going under the windows all the way across the brick sections, but not the contemporary sections.
Let's make sure we're looking at them.
So if we go to the,
Like the rendering that's on the,
yeah, all the way on the right, it would not be necessary.
but where,
This one.
so where then,
Here and not here, but between. Let's go to another.
Well, no, I would, on that rendering, I would say all the way across the building, except not on the right side, where they've kind of got the metal, the porcelain panel, right. I would say
Okay.
there, it's not necessary.
Everywhere else.
But everything else, where the brick goes to the ground, there's a water table.
Get you a bigger. So everywhere but the entrance here, basically, and this end.
And that end, right.
Okay, I'm clear on that.
You clear on that? Okay.
okay. All right, any other questions or comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed, no opposition, so motion passes 4-0. Okay, so that's exterior elevation, so we still have landscaping and then photometrics.
Yeah, so while we're at it, I'll do photometrics. Mr. Chairman, same applicant, motion for the applicant to submit the photometrics to staff for final approval. And the motion.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Rhodes. Second, any comments or questions about the motion? Because the intent there is because they haven't taken the photometrics out to the property lines to see
Right.
what those numbers are.
And it's a
which we can-
simple enough thing for staff to review. It doesn't need to come back here.
Just not looking for any light lead on adjacent properties. All right, very good. Any other comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 4-0. Okay. Last but not least, landscaping.
I said I wasn't gonna talk anymore.
You got to do this bit.
I do, I know. I'd like to make the motion on DRB 220039, Parkway 400. Defer landscaping based on comments, most especially clarify wall materials based on discussion. Landscaping shall change based on discussion, which includes screening of the wall. Roundabouts, the roundabout and the sidewalk will be adjusted as discussed. The south planting strip, add the note that that area will be field adjusted based on existing conditions. And that area will be fully automatically irrigated. End of motion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Corkle, second by Mr. Swing. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being
And I
none.
didn't know if you wanted to work on that or not at the staff level, but I've got specific concerns on it.
On which?
The landscaping, especially that.
No, I think it needs to come back here.
Okay.
With as much detail as you guys were kind of going through with the wall.
I was trying to determine whether it could be done at staff or not, but
I'm good with the south area thing. I think David can handle that. But yeah, I prefer that the landscape with the walls come back.
Okay. Any more comments, questions? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 4-0. All right. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Our next applicant is going to be south of Wills.
I'm just going to fill my coffee.
All right. I'll tell you what, while you come up and get set up, we're going to take a 5-minute recess and get our coffee cups filled and stretch our legs and get the blood flowing again. So come on down and get set up, and we'll be right back.
Oh, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jennifer, don't let it push you around on sidewalks.
Pat's got your back.
Rounded or pulled back?
Make sure you get your landscape around there and then the sidewalks adjust, because the matter is, it's not gonna be used very much. Any sidewalk that connects up there isn't gonna be used very much. There wasn't any? And force in what you can in that center. I get it if it's a drive-through or whatever, but Asiatic jazz in there, just sort of ground cover.
Good to see you, Harvey.
Maybe if it's big enough, it gets, you get a little bit bigger tree where you can already get the canopy.
Okay.
Well, I think they're afraid of hitting the tree.
Hello,
They're
how are you?
talking about that being used as a drive-over.
Good. It has been. Good to see you.
I didn't see it on any drawings that it's a drive-over, but.
Yeah, go ahead and get set up. We'll be right back.
All right, thanks, guys.
Okay.
Do people normally present them over there?
Well, so
What?
What's your preference?
did you bring your thing on a thumb drive?
We do have a thumb drive.
So if you want to run that, you have to run it from over here. Unfortunately, that area over there doesn't work right now. So that's what we'll do from over here if you want. Yeah.
Great, we'll have Sean run it and then
Okay, good.
I will.
You right?
I just say you were loaded down on projects, come look at our house for project. Not to do the project, but from your Windward. Are you still the Windward?
I am.
consultant?
I'm actually trying to, in a very slow manner because they don't have any.
OneDrive, rule them all.
But slowly but surely, I'm so kind of.
This is definitely not indicative of the technology city of the
I'm
South.
glad to help.
But we've been dealing with this for a year
Let me ask you,
because we
Eric,
can't find parts.
Okay.
around
So we're getting a whole new system towards the end of the year
is there any leeway in
to
adjusting?
repair the audio visual stuff.
It all sounded great from in
Have
here.
that little inlet.
Never-
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, but like, none of this out here works. Their screens work half the time.
Oh, no.
But this is the inlet, could we extend the seawall
Unfortunately.
back this way? We want to have a little more
And then we have
yard,
so many
bring it
meetings.
kind of straight out.
That they're like, we need like
Can we change?
There's no break to put it in.
days.
Right, right.
Huh? 60 days.
There's no window.
So that's why we chose the end of the year. A lot of times those last couple of meetings get canceled.
Right.
First couple aren't, like January 1st, they're, towards the end of January, so it's like, all right,
You go back to old school first. I don't think anyone cares.
present on boards and, yeah.
It's and matches and everything. The hard part is the city, the state and federal waste for stuff like that. So I would talk to,
I'll go.
Jill Bassinet.
Okay, there is your
Talk to her
file
first.
opened up, so you can,
She does she used to be over on the public works side of things. She came over here when, Zach Truelove left here.
Emily,
She's
do
downstairs.
you want me to go ahead and open the additional file as well, the revised?
She's your first contact to find out what you can or can't do.
Right.
I don't think
Okay.
anyone cares.
We won't open them yet.
But if you're, I just heard that if you're filling in the floodplain, that's a hard thing to do.
We haven't heard public comment.
If you're taking away and adding more volume to the floodplain, you're cool. But talk to Jill first, get her take on it.
Okay.
Well, thanks for being here today.
I'm glad to send an email on your behalf and email introduce you or
Yeah, that'd be
whatever
good.
you like.
Because we really want
Yeah.
Give me
to, it's really a problem.
give me your email real quick.
I know, yes.
It's my full name, P-E-R-E-S-A dot A dot R-A-O-D-E-F.
No, you've got a whole page.
So I'm gonna send an email, gmail.com, right? I'll send Jill an email now.
Yes,
CC
I know.
on
Yeah.
this. I'm gonna say, Jill, meet Teresa, Teresa, meet Jill. And you've got some questions regarding they're called seawall. We could find a way to get around the lake wall and what we can do and get you to somebody else.
Yes.
Cool. Set up a meeting.
Which one of them?
But as far as Windward, I don't think they care. As long as the city's cool with it, as long as it matches the rest of it, I don't think they care.
Well, we've got to redo it. Well, we get the same.
It is.
I guess cross ties to the flat stone veneer.
They'll fall apart. They're goofy with their city, state, and Army Corps are goofy. Like, if you wanted to put in a lake wall, it's an act of Congress.
Maybe we re-alter it.
But I'm talking like a brand new one.
They probably have to change the.
Around here,
And
I'm
then
gonna do
it's
the
a precedent for.
presentation view,
But still.
just so I don't have all the Adobe stuff showing up.
Like today.
because this is on.
For me?
Okay, maybe that's okay.
I know Mr. Kramer has my cell phone number.
Oh, yes.
I've gotten
Yeah,
used to
thank you, Emily.
Veeam and
Oh, wow, she's the principal.
She is. She's and she's AIA Atlanta chapter president-elect.
That's correct.
That's what I did. Let's see. I was president-elect in 2016, so a few years ago.
if you're mostly just viewing, it's not a huge advantage, but you can't beat it for markups. It's great if you want to draw it.
He presented to me numerous times, so.
That's true.
Number what?
The shoe is on the other foot.
This one's just a more intimidating setting, so.
No, look, there's just,
Just a bunch of friendly
just 8 of us here. How many? Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 of us here.
You know
so.
what? I presented here. Mm-hmm. I get nervous in front of these clowns.
I think it's also the setup. I mean, let's talk about
Yeah.
the architecture of this room.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to make,
It's
meant to make
I think it's
Okay.
intentional, yeah.
around, you guys are all great.
All right, speaking of that, let's end.
Clowns?
Yes, you did.
Term of endearment.
Let's end our recess and get going with our next applicant, so that'll be south of Wills. Good morning, welcome. If you'll make sure you introduce yourself this morning, speak into the microphone, and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
Okay, wonderful. I'm Emily Schickner. I have Sean Sims with me as well. We are from Harrison Design, and Brad is from Pond. We are the architects for this development. Alan Williamson was also, or is also part of this project. He unfortunately had a surgery that took him out today, but you probably were involved with, or you probably might have seen him in the notes written up by the rezoning package. We previously were approved from rezoning for this site to be DTMU. The site that we're looking at today is a townhome development. We're looking at placing 55 townhomes on slightly over 5.5 acre site. They'll be located across the site in 10 different buildings, varying from 4 to 8 individual townhome units in those individual buildings. The townhomes themselves are ranging between 3,000 to almost 4,000 square feet in size. They're all going to be 3 bedrooms, 3 full baths and 2 half baths, multi-story. Speaking with developers and investors of this property, we're really looking to target a nice market value for this property. It's a great location. There's nothing on the site currently, if you're familiar with it. It is just south of Wills Park, hence the name for it. So if we want to get into the first project review, any questions on just the introduction of the development? Okay.
Now let's talk about the site plan.
Okay, wonderful. I'll let the pond team take it over from there. Just move my.
Real quick, my name is Brad Jones, and I'm a landscape architect with Pond. Jason Bach is actually a civil engineer on this job and is out of town today, so I'm doing my best to be a civil and a landscape architect today. Yeah, that's right. So the site is completely wooded. We've had a tree survey done on the site. We do have an initial recompense calculation for the site itself, and we're basically still looking at a few of the specimen, verifying some of those to be either recompensed or to remain in place. We have this. The site basically descends from Main Street and comes down, and so we're sort of terracing that site down. And so what we'll end up with is along Main Street, which the streetscape's been under construction there and finishing up. And we'll have a tree save area along the frontage along Main Street. So we're going to have basically a wooded strip along that before the backside of the first, or the front elevation of those structures. And we have that sidewalk that's set back far from, the main streetscape. And within that, we'll have basically a pedestrian entry from the streetscape. It's going to have to be a stairway because of the grade that's there. Within there, we have kind of a few some alley frontage streets, and some are set up with garages in the front, based on some of the orientation of various blocks of the townhomes. And the main entrance is on Wills Road. So that will have a gateway and privacy gates and other elements. And then within that, we'll have on-street parking on some parts. We do have a small amenity area on that southwest corner. And there's also a sort of green space set up, kind of a small alley between some of the townhomes, which that'll be our underground detention. So we can't really put in a lot of canopy trees in there because we don't want to interfere with that part of the element. Sewers will all be in the streets, water service as well, and most of these homes will be served by stoops at various points. And then through, I don't want to get into landscape just yet, but the plan is to basically do detailed planting at each one. We don't show that necessarily in the renderings, but that will come later, based on the final siting of each unit and each stoop that we have. That's pretty much the main thing. I know one of the elements of the zoning code was to make sure that we have an evergreen screen on the south property line, and also along the edge. So we do have a lot of boundary trees and other things that we're dealing with on that outside edge, and do have
the image up on the screen right now. South is down, right? I can't see on the north arrow which way is north and south.
I believe this is kind of where Main Street is turning and going this way.
Yes, south is down.
Yeah.
South, well, plan.
What image? Oh, there isn't one on the screen.
Plan south is down. There's one on our monitor.
I'm just looking up here. Are you?
True north is planned north or very close, yeah.
Yeah.
So north is up.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. All right. So south side. All right. Thank you.
Brett, question. So are there council conditions? Because I don't, we haven't seen them if there are. I'll let you ponder
There are
that.
some, but I don't think there's anything that's really gonna affect the architecture or anything other than just that, screening, but I'll look at them real quick.
All right, thank you.
Looked at them, but I can't remember off the top.
The elevation towards the, I guess it's a body shop there, is that also, is that higher than this
Are you talking
property?
about the body shop in the
On
corner?
the corner there, yeah.
That is all downhill. So the topo is basically higher on the top side, and then it's.
All
going
right, so the
down
body shop
steeper.
is up higher than.
Yes.
So can you give us kind of a reference point? Brad, I know your landscape, but how, all right, what is Main Street or South Main Street? What's the elevation of South Main Street versus as we kind of go towards the Georgia Power?
Oh, how many feet across, basically, that's kind of.
How much are we dropping or?
Let's see, well, if we have a label. Guess I tried to clean this up too much, but, we're basically looking at, 10, 20, I mean, it's about we're at least 10, 20, can you drop it down just a bit more?
Are the contour
I mean, it's
lines
about 50 feet across the site.
Wow.
50 feet?
There's not much we can do within the site to do a lot of specimen, saving and things. It starts up, along the main street and just drops precipitously on the way through.
You say it's a 50-foot drop?
Yep. Unless these are 1-foot contours, but.
That's a cliff.
So.
It's a big, yeah. So that means there's probably there are gonna be some modular or some retaining walls on the site. So maybe we zoom into the site a little bit and walk us through, you talked about, I think,
Look, I'm going by assuming these were 2-foot contours, and I think that they're probably one. Our civil did not apparently put the contour labels on them, so I can't really tell you right off the top of right off this, so.
You believe that they're 2 foot?
Even at 2 foot
Right.
from the road, it's not 50, right? There's not that many contour lines from the road.
well, it'd be 25 contour lines,
3,
right?
4, 5, there's like 6 contour lines.
But all across the site, right? All the way from,
I'm just going from the road,
You're talking from Main Street?
from Main Street, yeah.
Like 12 feet.
Yeah, that's what it's 12, maybe
Yeah.
The
So
property
it is-
a little more, yeah, to property line,
So,
if they're 2 foot.
yeah.
Hard to tell with this.
Yeah, but those are definitely 2-footers on there, so,
It's significant.
yeah, no, it's definitely that case. I don't, and can you hand me that, just because this isn't a grading plan, that probably has,
I'm trying to figure out
wasn't too sure
I
of
think they are.
the walls he's requiring.
goofy hats.
Maybe a walk.
I think that's a sidewalk.
That's pretty
Sidewalk,
credit
like a-
grade.
doesn't
We do have a wing wall here. Okay, all right. There is a wall basically on the north leg there between the body shop there at the foot of that slope.
Wait, let's see the
Retaining wall.
body shop. All right,
Is
let's
that called out by number 5,
Yes.
Wait, that's on the,
hexagonal
Not controlled.
symbol 5?
but look at where the body shop is on the left-hand side.
Got the 2-story brick building?
Yes.
These three
Or is that the?
Oh, that's the
Mills
old,
Road?
Yeah.
that's the old car, that's the Wills Road LLC.
Five is the proposed modular.
Where he's.
Yeah.
Let's see if.
So there'll be a modular brickstone retaining wall, where 5 is calling out.
Okay. Modular brickstone.
See the whole side.
That's
Describe
like
that.
northwest corner,
Go right here.
northeast corner, excuse me.
So it's brick.
Brick or stone.
Number 5 is a modular retaining wall on the
There would be a wall there.
Do we know what that
There's
looks like?
There is one in the upper north corner, where the northeast corner, the brick wall that basically turns that corner. There's kind of a wall shown that does an S curve right there at the upper north corner.
All right, let's
Preserves
see.
those trees at
Upper
the top.
north corner.
Northeast.
Who's got the pointer on the monitor?
I do.
Northeast, so it's
Right there, that gray line.
All right, so there's a modular wall there, or there's some sort of wall.
Yeah.
Brick.
It would be the same, I'm sure, right? Yeah.
And it just
All the
kind of
So which,
It doesn't go all the way along there then.
all right, tell me which side do I see the brick or the modular stone from?
You would be seeing it from the house side.
From the residential side? Okay.
That's
Because the
coming
grade is
down.
heavier.
Yep, all right, just trying to, all right. So that's that, all right, over there. Are there any, all right, where else are there either modular or brick walls?
Right there where the cursor is.
All right, where's the cursor? Move somebody, oh, there you go.
It's
Okay, over
On
there.
the west side. There you go.
I'll zoom in.
We're on the west.
All right, so what's the extent of that wall? Or where does it start and where does it end?
That's basically, it turned, like where you see number 3.
Yes.
So it's just about maybe 10 feet north of that, turns the corner and comes down, and then would, it basically will tie in at that point. Now, based on the conceptual grading that we do have, it's, what we're showing at that point, we have kind of a level spreader down at the bottom of that. It's going to be about, looking at the existing grade of, we're only looking like at a 2-foot wall in that section. So it's a very small wall at that point because we have this steep slope right above it anyway. So we're trying to catch that with a level spreader. And then from there, we'll just make up the grade, to make the house pads work.
And again, you'll see that from you'll see the wall from the residential side.
Main
okay?
Street is uphill, so everything.
Right, just,
Yeah.
Okay. Any other, all right, where's the stormwater detention area?
It's in the courtyard. It's basically a T shape. It's underneath the street, underneath the courtyard and underneath the street just south of that. Sort of goes in both directions. It's that gray dashed line. So it's your typical HDPE chamber system.
Is that brick hatch thing, is that a sidewalk?
It's a sidewalk.
Yes.
Okay.
It's our civil's attempt at showing a brick sidewalk.
Graphics.
Okay, and then
I was asked to do.
I see what's called a pocket park over there to the right. Is that the?
There is a small bioretention area there, so it'd be bioretention plantings, kind of a small observation area right there. So it's above ground and it's water quality treatment and is more of a landscape feature as opposed to underground.
Okay. So I also see, say along the south property line, the Georgia Power line there, I see little squares and then, is that some sort of a fence?
Yes.
Or all right. Maybe like brick piers with what does it look like?
As far as that,
So we have some renderings that might help illustrate.
Okay, all right.
That would be helpful, and I don't want to jump us ahead, but maybe that'll help answer a few of these questions. If we go to,
That's all right, we can hold that. Let's just
Okay,
stay on the
hold that.
site plan, but that's just kind of some of the,
I will point out, I think the architect's got a lot of the detailing for some of the exterior stuff, so I
Okay.
think that's where
So,
we'll see some.
real quick, so 16, what is 16? What is that pointing to? Is that a clubhouse? Is that a-
That's the amenity area and pool. It's in the south.
there's a
west corner.
35 by 40 or 45-foot pool that we're
Okay.
looking for that community. And next to it would be a pool house. It's a enclosed 500 to 600 square foot enclosure plus a covered space, so just around 1,000 square feet for that community pool pavilion, which would include restrooms and some amenities, a little grill space for the.
Yeah,
for the-
mail kiosk.
Okay.
So just on the fencing, so the fence goes around the whole property, but not along Main Street, it looks like. Right? It's everywhere else around the property,
I saw it go that way.
but I don't see the little squares going along Main Street there.
you're right.
Going up, keeps going up.
It
keeps
stops.
going up. Does it not,
Yeah, I don't think that's, shown just to have kind of a green space that flows.
Right,
Up to a
right.
point, so.
And the fence by the Wills Road LLC, that's actually, you've got the fence at the top of the slope there on the one side. Is that I guess that's the property line.
Right.
graphics are not the forte of him, is it?
So yeah, you got a modular wall and then below the modular wall is the fence and the,
Yeah, you can't put the fence on the wall.
so you have to have a fence on top of the wall too. So you have two fences? Or is that,
Well, now I would say that I think, you know, what's shown with the fence is the fact that the intent is to have basically a finalized fence. In conditions where there would be a wall, we'll tie all that design together to have either piers or that fence be on top of the wall, so we don't end up with a second wall.
Double
That's not the intent.
okay.
Well, and if the wall, I think you said in that one section, the wall might only be 2 feet
That's correct.
high, so.
Correct. It's just enough to make sure that we have level
You can
courtyard
level
behind
the-
the houses, so that's what's shown currently. I mean, as we know, as we go through these grading plans, they change, but that's what's been preliminarily dealt with at this point.
So this is a gated community, I guess, right?
Correct.
With looking at the way the entrance is set up. Okay. So for instance, we have weekly trash pickup and recycling and all that. I guess the trash trucks come in, pick up trash and loop around and, okay.
I don't have a mailbox. Where's your mailbox kiosk?
The mail kiosk would be in the pool pavilion.
Over there? Okay.
Yeah, with a few spots right out in front.
Yeah, so
HVAC is all ground mount?
Looks like it is, yes.
so the only trash pickup challenge is gonna be the residential alley.
Correct.
You're gonna have to back up out of there.
Let's hope they back up straight.
Yeah.
Well, they've got different sized trucks.
Yeah, they have, I know they have gotten smaller trucks for some of these.
The little cart guy can get down there, grab things and bring them out.
Okay. All right, any other,
And the intent is to keep a sidewalk entirely encompassing the development?
That's right.
Correct.
Yeah.
except where the tree well is, or the tree
Yes, there,
kind of stops?
there's two, on this particular plan, there's 2 trees shown to be saved there. However, I've been discussing with the civils that based on the current grading plan, that's not going to be possible.
Oh, so those trees aren't going to be saved then?
We're working on that. It's just, there's a few, you know, grade issues and other things. And I'm like, look, we can do best we can, but once you get anywhere close to the, you know, the structural root plate, it's a no-no.
I didn't even want to get into what those symbols were and if they were accurate or.
Right. They're accurate based on the survey, but it's, you know, that's the intent. But I think, you know, as we've discussed the current layout, it's like I've said, look, I know, but I've also know when this goes.
What's your recompense on this one so far?
We're over 800 basically, so.
And you're going to lose,
Yeah, so we're, as we tally, it's, you know, but unfortunately because of the density of the site, the key is at least we've got this buffer on Main Street that's kind of a, you know, that wooded zone that gives a front door to the rooftops, it's, as opposed to seeing nothing but rooftops on the street.
and you've got a little bit of undisturbed buffer on the
Correct.
east there. No utilities that are laid out though?
Yes, preliminarily, we've laid out all sewer.
Is that on a drawing?
Storm.
It's not on this drawing, is it?
It's shown, it's shown as grayed out. You can see like right there where the cursor is, there's the dashed gray that runs a storm line to that Pocket Park area. That's kind of where part of that storm drainage is. And then you can see, you know, throughout, there's basically.
That's existing or that's proposed?
No, it's not, nothing's existing, it's all woods. So that's.
That's going through trees too.
Yeah. Oh, and that comes out at that point in the Pocket Park. So.
I have to admit, I've learned what a bicycle runnel is in this application.
Oh, okay, very good.
So you've got that along the stairway coming from South Main Street.
There's no sanitary shown on this thing, is there? Where's sanitary, where's water? I see, it's a hard drawing to read. You need to talk with your civil.
Yeah, sanitary is basically all within the streets and alleys. You can kind of, it's grayed out, but you can make out sanitary manhole
Okay.
and other things that are in there. And I believe it all connects at Wills Road.
elevations.
Yeah, so I guess you just said there's one row of homes that doesn't have direct access to a sidewalk, huh? The ones along the residential alley?
Yeah, we
like
have driveways.
6 through 13, yeah.
We've got
Right, so
driveway
that's,
and,
would be building 200, and we'll speak to that today. When we looked at it with rezoning, we had removed that sidewalk along the rear side just due to the location of those buildings up against that hillside.
And is it intended that, so I'm gonna go with buildings 40 through 46. So the front of those buildings is on the north side, right?
So with our buildings and our building elevations, it varies between buildings on how the entrances would occur. So some of them will be rear-loaded with the 2-car garages, and some would be front-loaded with the entrance door next to that garage. And in the rezoning process, actually, we had to deepen the driveways to allow for 18 feet for that parking. So you'll see in our renderings where some of the garages are inset due to that length. And you'll see in the elevations how we have those varying facades where the front door would be on one side with the garage on the other, and in some, the garage and the front door would be on the same elevation.
Yeah, so on the north side of those buildings, there's no real connection, sidewalk connection from each of the individual units then.
I believe this one has the front doors on the north side, and then if you see my cursor over here where we're up against the property line, this has the garage and the pedestrian entry, the front door, on the shared side. So you have, like she said, 2 conditions: opposite side entries, vehicle on the alley, and front door up here.
What this fails to show you is those steps and that front door porch, and that's what you're missing to show you that connection.
And I'm just trying to figure out the connections between the homes and the sidewalk and.
Yeah, I guess it's
the
kind of,
landscape rendering actually shows the street.
Okay.
is it fair to say where there's a sidewalk, there's a front entrance there? In general,
Yes.
is
We can
it-
get to that landscape rendering. It
Yeah.
shows
Yeah.
I believe that's our next.
brick sidewalk.
It's actually segueing into.
It's a little bit better.
Going to segue, huh?
Well, you want to segue into the landscape or just?
This is the drawing.
But all the other ones,
The civil engineer rendering is,
largest file in the set though.
I've talked to my guy. I've been trying to.
I'm gonna see if I can get to a nice overall condition and just leave it alone.
Sean, you
Good
might,
luck. This is what bombed mine out every time.
Sean, you might have it scaling line weights, which changes the graphics, and it's better seen if it doesn't scale line weights.
Do you know how to fix that?
I'm gonna wait and see till it fully
I'm gonna
loads.
say,
That's something
if we can
that
get it, I'll
public
point and I'll
graphics.
just only zoom if we really need to.
It's good.
Well, it does take a while, doesn't it? You watch it, and it just keeps going.
This is what we couldn't get past it.
I had some arguments and said, there's a print setting in here that can produce this without.
Flat.
No, it's not even that. It's in AutoCAD.
I take it back. I got it to load
Strap it
once. But I couldn't get this loaded.
Per shoot.
Just like me.
Free to move it, though.
Yeah, that you move it and it starts
I
all
dare
over
you
again.
I dare you to pinch in on it.
But if this kind of indicates, where we've got the stoops next to each driveway on some of these frontages, and then, so it kind of, shows those areas. On this rendering, it doesn't show the landscaping that would be there because it's so small, but, we're gonna have, whether or not it's perennials and other things, dressing up each stoop and other things.
So do you have you created that plan yet?
We do not have a detailed landscape
okay.
plan for the entire thing.
But, okay.
But we presented was basically, we've got an idea of all the different trees we want to use, all the plants, the palette, basically.
Okay.
It's a residential, commercial palette, a lot of native cultivars with other full sun, typical commercial cultivars and things to go along.
Because that's something we'll dive into then to make sure.
Sure, if we want to
okay.
get specific about plants, I can pull those out of my head that I want to use.
And Brad, is there any condition, so what I was trying to get at was, is there any condition about as far as the front elevation facing streets or anything like that we've had to look at in other developments?
No, only the 2 elevations, the 2 buildings on Wills, downtown architect had some comments about that, and then they had already addressed issues for the North Main Street side, so that's where their front doors are. I mean, they look like front doors out there.
They do.
So, yeah, that was the intent. The downtown architect had, what, like 2 comments maybe, I think, and they've addressed them in these. It wasn't even worth sending his comments out to you guys. I did look through, the conditions, and basically it was to take into consideration the downtown architect's comments and develop the elevations as council saw them. Everything else, landscape-wise and all that, was staff approval.
So even though on those buildings, the buildings along Main Street, even though the real functional front door is to the south, the north side looks like a front of the building.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a rear.
It doesn't look like a rear.
Let's take a look. Why don't we?
Yeah,
jump
we
into
get
those?
actual.
Yeah. Mhm.
Correct. In your downtown overlay, in the descriptions that are laid out, it does address how front of buildings should
Right.
have that level of detail, and rears don't always need to.
Right.
We didn't take that true to form in this case because they are seen kind of in the round in some of these
Yeah.
conditions. So our rears have more of a facelift and uplift to it,
Okay.
without creating confusion with the front.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at your elevations then, or the renderings.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Would you, I think, if it's appropriate, could we look at the bird's eye perspective first and then get into the elevation? So you can get an overall picture of let's get these renderings, just start here is perfect. So this is the entrance as you enter into the property. We're looking at, these curved entry signs so that they're visible from all directions as you come into the property, and gates. You can see a little bit of description there on how the gate might work and how it transitions from the brick monumental sign to an actual fence line across the property. You can also see that slope and how that starts to creep up as you move north. In both of these perspectives, you'll note that the roofs do not have any mechanical units. Those will be down the site, and we have screening. They'll be on grade, and we have screening to actually hide that from all the residents as well. And if we want to, if there's no comments on this, we'll go to the next.
So the view, let's say the top view is from Wills Road, that's the entrance, and then the bottom view is
The gate on Main Street.
Main Street, okay.
Secondary gate on Main Street.
Yeah, that,
Near where you saw that stair coming.
it's a pedestrian gate, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. But there is a tree save area in front of this, correct? On Main Street, right? Or to some
Yeah,
extent.
and this is actually setting way down from Main
Right, you're missing, like a whole level is kind of down
perspective is
below.
not quite, yeah.
Which actually is kind of nice from the sense of not having super imposing townhomes, but we still are able to get a nice height. And then as you come down and enter into this entrance, you feel a sense of arrival.
You see in the perspective, they feel more like 2 stories from Main
Right.
Street rather than the
Four
4-story structures.
stories.
Yeah, oh, I see, right, okay.
And from this view, it is nice to also see the rooftop terraces that we are incorporating into these townhomes. It's nice, and speaking with the developers and investors of this site, that is a really great market value, especially in this climate in this area. And so that also helps kind of break up the massing. And again, that'll just be for residents and occupants. It won't.
So there is a wall and a fence along Main Street as shown here? That's what
Yes.
was kind of when I was looking at the site plan, it looked like the fence stopped and didn't go
Right.
along Main Street, but.
Right. I think the intent is that the entire property would be fenced.
Okay.
It doesn't look like the solid opaque wall that we have kind of down, more ornamental down at the bottom.
It's just a fence.
Just like a fence.
So hold those renderings right there just a second. So the view from Main Street, the right-hand condominium or home, yes. So is that like a walkout balcony there on the 3rd or 4th floor? Or is that just like a Juliet type of, if follow me? I mean, if that's,
Absolutely. So we're looking at some Juliets because that would just be the depth and it would align with that outside, kind of those bay windows that you're looking at there. We do have balconies and porches and patios on the rear of the and on the front in some locations for the entrances as well.
because you have added like a canopy or an awning over that,
Protect.
that doorway or that window, whatever it is, to make it look like that, okay?
It would be operable, it would be a door and it would be operable, but it wouldn't have the depth of your typical 5-foot or 6-foot porches and balconies where you'd have substantial furniture on them.
Okay.
No furniture, it looks like a
Very
couple of
clean.
feet, so
Right.
basically just the depth of that bay window below.
Okay, all right. Very good. All right, let's head on to the next,
We're pretty big on the waterproofing situation when you do have those operable doors and to protect those doors when we can. It's always something we try to be able to incorporate. But you will also see that, again, in this rendering right here, the bird's eye perspective, it creates a little bit of variety too on those elevations. You're not seeing a repeated, redundant facade, which we understand is very important to the downtown overlay.
And this perspective, as it says, is facing from Wills Road, so you see the main entrance gate right here. And the elevations we just spoke about being of interest in the downtown district facing the road, but also then having frontage on their own internal streets and alleys.
okay?
What you are seeing, Sean, if you'll point to at the end of the buildings, is the pavilion that is adjacent to the pool for the community to use.
Okay.
Go to the next. Here's the elevations. We labeled and called out the different materials. We also brought those material samples to you today and a materials board that we put together with paint colors. What we really worked hard to achieve here in the elevations is not only variety and a rhythm and pattern to the different individual units, but also creating that mixture and a great texture of the different materials. So we have limestone and stucco and brick siding. We are in a Federalist with Greek Revival style and making a nod to that, as well as bringing in some contemporary elements that investors and developers have find desirable and to the community. The limestone,
I'll tell you what, Emily, let's do this. Why don't you take, let's look at one elevation, maybe the front elevation of building 100?
Yes.
All right, walk us through maybe from ground level to the roof, the different materials that you brought with you today.
Okay, great.
It may take two of you to do that.
Thank you. Sean, if you want to pick up and show them the different materials, I'm going to walk them through. So ground level, we're looking at your brick base, and I'll say that it varies across, so let's just stick with the base, and 2 of them have limestone, the other 3 have brick. What we're seeking in this approval today is looking at being able to apply these different mixtures as appropriate throughout the property. So each building elevation will have these varieties in different mixtures. The brick, we're looking at not a white painted brick, although we do have that as a suggestion should you prefer that, but a factory applied finish to give it a weathered, been in place, it has been here for years type of appearance. The limestone is an alabaster, or sorry, is it pewter, right? Pewter limestone sample in large tiles with keystone, so very giving it a nice ornate decorative finish. And then you'll also see limestone at the entrances. We have different detailing.
Now, when you say entrances, at the
front entrance doors, you will see columns, and then you will see a pediment across the top. We have some arched and some angular, just giving that variety again, and even some that just come straight out with decor, and also the address signage we're looking at placing above the front door. We will have decorative lighting. We are looking at gas or electric lantern And we have a photo of that for you today as well. In building 100, what you do see in this elevation is steps and a front porch and railing. It depends on where you are and which building on the property and the varying of the grades and how they're addressed for what the front entry treatment is. And then as you work your way up to that third level is where you see a mixture of stucco or brick depending on the treatment of the elevations and that variety that we're trying to create. The stucco will be painted. There's a paint sample.
Okay.
And maybe you said this when I was looking at that brick, but that's one of the bricks, and then you're showing two other brick options.
Correct. So the one on, okay, let me see which side was their side. This one on this far side here.
That's the one you showed us?
Okay, that's one we showed you. That's an Old Bailey Queen, and that's a factory finish applied. That's what we are recommending today, but we did bring two other options in case there was any, well, I'll say a couple of things in case you
Supply chain.
certainly about it, and then also the supply chain. We're aware of what supply and demand is right now, and so just making sure we had those options available if possible. The one in the middle is a painted brick. It would be painted similar to match the stucco, which is an alabaster paint color. And then the one on Sean's left is the lime wash finish.
Where's building 100 on the site plan?
Sure, it's right as you go in that main entrance. It'll be on your right-hand side.
On the right-hand side?
Wait, am I, okay, sorry.
It's the furthest southwest building on the site.
So it's on the left-hand side?
I'm sorry.
Right-hand side.
Yes, the residential alleys between them, that's correct. They're both on your left-hand side. It's, yes, the south one.
The entrance off Wills comes between 100 and 200.
Yeah, 100 is on the right,
100 on the right?
on the bottom side.
On the bottom side.
200's on the left. I'm looking at the site plan now.
I'm trying to figure out exactly where the right side elevation, which way that
Entrance
is.
comes in, there's nothing on the right-hand side of the.
Right.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, the
Yeah.
residential,
On the right-hand
resident, sorry, I was looking at the residential alley. I apologize.
The right side elevation is shown on our screen. Where is that in the site plan?
Hard to keep up with.
Facing the pool.
Facing the pool, thank you.
The top left is what you see.
Oh, right, I see. I was thinking of the alley.
Front elevation of the building, and the bottom left elevation.
Okay, 100's on the left, okay, got it.
Got your rear.
So I'm still want to get clarity on the brick. Are you saying you're going to pick, you're going to use one of those consistently throughout the site, or you want to mix and match those brick options, or which are you asking for?
I'm glad you asked. We will use one of them throughout the entirety of the property. We will only. be
Which
using of
which
them.
one are you gonna pick today?
The
You're
one that
picking
we
that
got
one.
the sample for.
All right, so that's the one on the left.
Okay, that's good, that's my favorite. so,
Okay,
good.
all right, just, thank you.
Okay,
What's your favorite?
As long as you approve it, that's the one that we were hoping to
Then it's
go
your
for
favorite,
today. Yes. We're just careful with what's going on in the supply market. We spoke with the reps about these different materials, and that's what we felt comfortable we would also be able to find and source when we were constructing.
plus the factory finish is better than a painted. Yeah.
Okay,
So when it comes to gate or fence columns, that sort of thing, in which case then you would go after matching the building brick?
Correct. Would we, well, that would.
It's probably an LA question.
That would be an LA question. I will say that the intent is that we would be matching the same color palette. So if it were to be painted, if anything were to be painted, so for example, the pool pavilion, if that were to, that will be, if that is the brick finish, we would be using the same brick there. But to answer your question about the fencing or different columns throughout the property, if we had to paint, we would be matching the same paint color as the stucco.
For the columns on the fence.
Do you want to answer that?
You see
You want
that
to take
face?
your,
I'm not, we haven't done a detail for the fence yet, and we'll do that in conjunction with the architects and make sure that materials meet what she's doing.
And you're-
I don't really, it would not be, there may be some granite finish or other, other elements, within the columns design and things like that, but, until we get to that stage, we don't have a detail for it. That would be.
And you're referring to the piers in the fence. The actual fence itself would be the metal, dark metal?
No, I'm not talking about the fence, I'm talking about the columns that are shown in the, at the gate especially.
Okay.
Entry gates and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're really asking for is sort of approval of the materials palette and this sort of concept, but the buildings won't necessarily look exactly like we're seeing in these renderings, or?
That is correct. We have every intent that the buildings 100 and 200, which we're showing you today, will look like we are showing you. But as you go across the site, they vary in how many are in each building. The grade varies across the site. And so we are seeking approval for the entirety of the property to have this material palette and pattern and rhythm and architectural character, while knowing that maybe the limestone, for example, would be located on the far right, on an end unit instead of a middle unit, knowing that the arched windows or smaller windows might be varying throughout the elevation.
So you're saying 100 and 200 will look like this,
That is our intent.
and the other buildings will look similar?
Here's the
But you're not
challenge.
showing us all two,
Here's
right?
the challenge, Emily. What we're looking at for building 100, we approve that. Brett, I'm looking at Brett over there. When the buildings are built and constructed, he's gonna take this rendering out there and say, okay,
Does it look like that?
does it look like this? Or no, if it doesn't look like that, then you won't be getting a CO. So sometimes things happen between design and construction because of cost or supply or whatever, so.
Right, the oval
that's-
window might not be oval.
And he
That's
goes out there
what's cool
and,
on this is the oval window.
and he says there's not an oval window there,
Right.
so that's,
So our intent is that this general architectural style is approved. We do have the floor plans figured out all the way through this building, so we do feel comfortable about the design that we are showing you, and that we aren't going to have to, for example, the
There's not
side
gonna-
elevation, we're comfortable that the stairs are located in that location. But when you have various different numbers of units across this property,
we can see that, for instance, but for instance, again, building 100 has pediments and everything at every front entrance door. So, yeah, we're gonna see those when they're actually physically built. There'll be pediments there, or there'll be some sort of entryway or whatever, okay? I mean, that's what we're,
right, and that the one on the left might be arched instead of triangulated. We're seeking approval for that type of design. Design lenience right now in that regard. Not lenience, but variety.
we want the variety. I think that's great. I love it, and the renderings are great. We just want to be sure that that maintains that same variety and architectural character
Because
throughout.
sometimes as you get into,
Absolutely.
as contractors get into development, they start saying,
The
well, that's too
limestone
expensive.
costs
That's too
more.
expensive, and then, the detail goes away.
Building 800 all of a sudden becomes, oops,
Yeah.
we've run out of something, or we don't have this, or it's, we're just gonna paint the brick type thing. So
Right.
that's what we don't wanna have happen, and you don't wanna have happen either. so.
Right.
Okay.
And the main, I think the one facade that's of the most interest, I think, would be 800 facing Main Street. And that one we don't really have the detail for, right?
That's correct.
You had the perspective, but not the detail.
Yeah, we don't have the details on it, but really council didn't either when they saw it and said that it had to be substantially similar to the renderings. So I think that's where, if you guys are good with the materials,
Yeah.
that they meet up with what the renderings are, which the renderings are what they showed council. So that's where Brian and I, the zoning administrator, come in and we say, hey, look here, this one elevation in the middle is all lap siding. Where'd that come from? kind of thing.
Right.
And that's happened to us before.
has-
They go,
it
oh,
has-
this is just a rendering. We didn't,
Yeah,
the
it's
construction
happened.
documents
Or
just.
there's a lot more stucco, or,
Yeah.
It's like you've got this nice front building and then you come to the back.
well, that's the always challenge with you just say substantially. Usually, council says substantially similar, and we get very specific, right? So,
Yeah.
Yeah, because you show up and there's no oval windows, everything is square. Is that substantially similar, or is it,
No, it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
It
so-
wouldn't be, because they saw those kind of details. It's
Yeah.
those little details. So, I think staff's confident that we can handle the, okay, which one's each getting detail and stuff like that. I think
I
we
would
can.
just
You can
say for
see
you
where
guys,
we-
if you start varying much from this, you should check first, because
Absolutely.
it's cheaper before you build it to.
I have your cell phone number, so
She
we
does.
talk on the weekends.
okay.
Well,
We absolutely appreciate that respect.
this has happened to us before, so that's why we're here, just to,
And then it's built, and then somebody goes, well, you mean I gotta tear it down? We
Yeah.
get into one of those, so.
We have every intent, and our incredible developer team that we're working with is every intent to make it look as aesthetically pleasing, and we believe this is an aesthetically pleasing product. And if it does vary substantially from that, we would be losing some of that integrity.
yeah, that's
So-
right.
so the team is
I've
on
got your
board.
cell phone number.
I know you do. I know you do.
So the siding, is the intention to use siding only at that top level?
That's correct.
Okay, so the siding would just be there, and the only thing I'd say, we wouldn't want to see too much stucco, right? So mixing it in, fine, but not too much. I don't know, where you draw the line on stucco.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, the downtown guidelines or downtown code now
Yeah,
has a
have
lot
a-
of that and how
have
much
a
you can
requirement,
use
right,
and,
for how much
this and that.
stucco.
So it'll be, you won't see one unit all stucco.
Yeah,
It's not
That's
gonna happen.
correct.
and not even side-by-side units stucco.
And side by side, no, it's
But you
it's
have
similar
to-
to building if you go into a neighborhood and you build your individual house, the builder says, you go and you say, oh, I want that white brick. Well,
Right.
I'm sorry, but your neighbor has it, so you can't.
can't, right.
You need to choose from these.
Something a little different.
So there's some of that'll happen.
Right.
And just to
okay.
be clear about this, we are speaking of what is considered the front elevation of these units. Across the rear, you'll see that we are using brick across the rear facades.
Yep.
Yeah.
So and we are adding a decorative layer to these, and adding some interest to that brick, but I want to make sure that was clear.
Well, and one thing too with that lap siding, most of that is all inset in that patio area.
That's correct, that's the only
So
place
it's
you're showing it.
back in 12 to 15 feet
Right.
in, so, you might catch glimpses of it from here and there, but you're not gonna really.
It would be hard to see from ground level.
Except along Main Street, right?
Well, main streets are on the back. They're facing,
That's going to be the other side.
yes,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Do these units have elevators, or will
They
they?
do not currently
They
have
don't?
elevators.
Okay.
Young people only.
We want to
Steps.
create an active lifestyle.
Okay,
Moving people.
all right. For instance, some of the things that come on the roofs are satellite dishes or plumbing vents. So how are you handling, or what are you doing with those? I mean, folks that want to have, cable TV or satellite TV, especially along Main Street, I'm thinking.
I do not have a specific answer to that. I think that question I'd have to give to the owner of the property and make sure that we
So I can answer that
Do you
for
have
you.
any?
We cannot regulate utilities. If they have to go on the front of the building, they go on the front of the building. We have no jurisdiction over those. Plumbing vents, yeah, we can get that moved to the back side, things like that, but utilities,
Same with solar panels, which
solar. Now, some HOAs have been successful in doing that without argument, but as the jurisdiction, we can't regulate. If DirecTV comes in and says that elevation on Main Street, the only way they can get satellite is to put it up on the peak of the ridge, that's where it goes. Yes,
Well, that's-
things are going streaming and all that, so we're getting away from that as well. But yeah, that's and we're not really supposed to be able to say, you know, even to Georgia Power and to the gas company and put your meter bases over here and this and that kind of thing. It's, you know, it's really up to them. And we sort of found that out the hard way on North Point Parkway a few months ago. But, yeah, the utilities trump us.
Developers of something like this, though, they can start working with the power companies where, that's what I was asking about
Oh, yeah.
utilities. You've got transformers, you've got all sorts of stuff that hasn't even been figured out yet.
Right, last thing you want is for Georgia Power to say, oh, we'll just put it here because the crew's there that day, and that's where we're putting the tree or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tree, you got light
And then the dryer and the plumbing vents we can paint to blend in with the asphalt shingles are what we were proposing. I don't think we've gotten to the rooftop yet. We're actually looking at this one here, which looks similar to a slate, but it's an asphalt shingle. Are you familiar with this one? But if budget does not allow, we have this as the alternate. So we just want to make sure that both would be okay, are improved in this review.
And actually, I just went through some pretty extensive things with that Grand Manor for the 1858 project.
Extensive good or not?
Finding that and some more, there's some other ones that go along that pattern that aren't necessarily Grand Manor, but they're asphalt. They have a lot of different looks.
What's the
Some
cost?
of the other ones.
Sean, didn't we get the cost difference was, I think it was 50% more maybe?
For the Grand Manor?
I think it was
It's quite a
50%
bit.
more. We've used it on several projects before for.
Yeah, what we ran into over there was supply chain for the slate.
Oh,
Yeah.
So they did this as the alternate. And
So
we're-
they're like, we gotta figure something out.
okay.
I was just over there the other day.
All right, any other, let's look at the pool house, if we can, or the rendering of it. I think that's the only other thing that's kind of a different.
Sure. If you want to scroll to the next page, that's just building 200, so you can see how the variety would occur with the different front entrances also adjacent to the garage doors. And we do want to show you an option along the rear of 200, but we can get to the pool pavilion first if that's okay. This is the pool pavilion. We are currently considering being unconditioned enclosed space, looking at having a grilling area, community gathering, and the mailbox. Mailboxes would be right in between the entrances. It would be gated.
No heat, no air.
We would have vents and in the restroom area, but we were considering currently it being unconditioned. Just get airflow through there.
Ceiling fans.
How much you getting for these places?
That's gonna be rough in the summertime.
It's like going to a sports park bathroom. Which I've been to many of those.
I think,
It's up to
You
Your
got a heater.
your
right?
air-conditioned bathroom isn't too far away.
It's up to you guys because we don't really care about that, right? But it's gonna be,
Yeah, good lord.
gonna be rough in the.
we will make a note of
That's
that.
why you jump in this, that's why you
So
jump
you
in the
get the
swimming
price
pool.
point you're getting.
I think it's going to be a pretty wet. It could be wet in the pool dressing area. So just thinking through, getting a lot of airflow through there.
Yeah. So your number 9 is labeled on all of these, going back to the discussion before. 9 says, brick, limestone, or stucco, right? And I understand we just had the discussion on the building, sort of,
Yep.
Now this one, I think you need to pick one, brick, limestone, or stucco.
Brick is our intent, and we should have written just brick on that note. We are showing brick on all 4 facades, and we are creating some decoration with inset brick pattern across the elevation. There is limestone on the columns and entrance features and decorative elements.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, so you mentioned something about building 200 option.
Sure. Sean, do you have the...
Yes, I do.
So in discussion with the with the developers of the property, we found it was important to have access to the rear of the building, and looking at the grading along 200, it's very tight along. Oh, it's very,
We're loading, we're good.
okay. It's very tight along that rear elevation. So one of the ideas here was creating a rear doors at the lowest level, and then a balcony or patio on the level above it, and that way they would have direct access to grade. I'm thinking if somebody has a pet, a dog, they just want to get outside. If you're in the middle unit, you'd have to go out your front door and walk around to get to the back of your property. And so this was a suggestion, and we just wanted to confirm that this could be part of the approval process.
So this is facing away from the alley. This is facing the slope in the back.
That's correct. And just thinking you're in a middle unit, you want to be able to walk right out. If you see there's a lot of great glazing and natural light coming, you want to be able to walk right out there instead of be stuck on a patio and then trying to get stairs down. That's the revision here. We are showing a variety of, I wouldn't even say a variety, but we're showing character here and a rhythm of elements. They all aren't treated exactly the same.
Are there any plans for enclosing these patio spaces or spaces with any type of fencing or anything like that?
The only, enclosing them as far as creating screened-in fencing, that is not the idea here, but we are looking at screened fences separating from a privacy fence standpoint, separating visibility.
Nothing to create an outdoor space, a fenced-in outdoor space?
For an individual unit, no.
Okay.
Just a privacy screen extending, separating each unit's sort of patio space. It will not wrap the third side of that. I didn't make it.
Okay, on what we're looking at on the monitor, there's option 1, 2, and 3. Maybe you talked about this. Can you describe what those are?
Sure. Option 1, which is actually in the middle there, is showing the doors on the lowest level and an uncovered balcony above.
Okay.
Option 2, doors on the lowest level out onto grade, with a balcony above that is covered. Option 3 is doors on grade and no balcony above it. And that is covered.
Okay, so you do that. You don't have to do that, or you are doing that.
We are asking for approval on all 3 options if possible, but if you feel strongly about one or the other, we're open to that discussion. Currently, our client appreciates all 3 options if possible.
Well, I'm assuming your approach would be to vary these on the, like if you just said just option 1, then they're all going to be the same.
If you say just option 1, you will look very much like the one side of that rear elevation, and we believe the best approach would be providing those options.
Yeah. I think it would too, and that gives you variety.
Right.
Just on building 200? I may have missed it.
Building 200 is where we have a condition where we were showing you an elevation that did not have access on that lowest level. So it's a revision to the document that was submitted, and just taking care to look very closely at the exact items that we are showing you. There would be a variation there. Instead of windows, you would have doors, and we want to make sure that our intent is to make sure that we are presenting what we are going to.
And it's just for building 200.
Just building 200.
That's just building 200. We may have this condition on another building on the property, but this is the one location where you're pinched the most with grading.
North side of the north side of the alley.
North side of the alley. So your left-hand side as you pull in, and then it's alley side.
Faces the old car wash.
Yeah.
He's pulling it up.
Maybe the landscape plan.
To me, it's all alley.
You're getting disoriented.
I don't need land. That's
It's
That's
this
built.
building,
That's it, right.
so it's the one that does
Gotcha.
not have the sidewalk behind.
Gotcha.
The grading is coming down, we noted that.
got that wall.
It has the wall, and so that's where
So if there's no sidewalk, what are they exiting to?
their own rear yard.
Just a yard, just a
And
small
that's
yard.
the intent too, is your middle, side units, it might not, we might just have a door and just an awning there, but the middle unit's really trying to get access directly out. You're sitting there in your kitchen and living room, you see what's out there, you wanna be able to get outside, go down the steps and walk out.
And the current grading plan shows this graded down, I think I showed on the elevation, down about halfway down the bottom level.
On the side.
The option would raise the grading up to that first floor and create the
So you can access out.
sorry, wrong elevation. So this is the original. You see the gradings.
Okay.
Down below, the living space has
Yeah.
windows and Juliet's opening up onto it.
Yep,
And the proposed raises that grading up
I got you. Okay.
close to patio level, and you would capture some of that space and reduce the grading down and get rid of that retaining wall.
I think it's a good option.
Yeah,
I think
like,
having all three of them
I agree.
mixed
Mix them up, yeah.
is the best.
Gives you some variety. Okay.
Okay. We've hit site plan, we've talked about landscaping, we've done the exterior elevations and materials. Is there any, photometrics? Do we,
Yeah, there was some
let's take a look at the
hotspots on the photometrics.
photometrics plan.
And then we have the landscape materials, which you already mentioned, but we do have that board.
Yeah, the photometrics is almost as hard to load as that other picture.
It's not fully,
Lots of colored dots.
It's very hard to.
we always just stick them in and say, oh, these are the electrical engineers doing their thing. So with this, as is my pet peeve with the lighting guys, how they just pick their light locations and usually go right into the planting islands with them. When it's like, guys, you know those can go into the parking, right? So this is the initial layout of the lighting, and we've kind of worked with this initially with sort of the canopy tree placement along the streetscapes within. Therefore, we're trying to kind of stay out of those areas to make sure that the light coverage, is within it. So, our intent is to be, coordinating with the lighting designers with the interior street lighting and not have any canopy trees that would interfere with any of the coverage. So.
This is another one that it doesn't go to the property lines in all cases.
Does it not go to the property?
Well, some cases it does, in some cases it doesn't, so.
Because you get some pretty hot spots along the edge of your photometrics as shown. I don't know if that's, is the property line? I thought it was, actually.
It may be, that may be along there.
Still zoom some.
Tell Mr. Hammond he needs to,
And no plans for path lighting or anything like that? Landscape uplighting?
There's,
Are you there yet?
well, it's certainly, more than likely, I'm sure there will be. Right now, it is not a design scope that we're dealing with specifically. However, I'm almost certain that there will be like accent lighting of walls, of corners, and, path lighting, probably not, definitely around the pool. But I think the sidewalks, that less is more, and if we can minimize light spread and coverage, the better off we are, so.
Because I look at like along Main Street, I think I see some 8s and 9s even. 9.2 if I'm reading.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty tough to.
Yeah. 8.5.
yeah, there it is towards the left, towards
And
the
then
stairs.
Towards the left and towards the right side.
Of course, the stairs would have lighting.
Yeah.
You got some hot
How
spots.
tall are your fixtures, or your poles, I should say?
Go to that, there's there's a schedule on there if we zoom out.
So that's down below.
Yes, I guess the photometrics, you're going to need to work with staff and probably get that adjusted.
I don't see this height on them.
Yeah, it doesn't say. I think we just have to, we're gonna have to work with it because, there's gonna be some pedestrian light out on the sidewalk. You do have on that front side, there's, that 20 or 30 feet that they haven't pushed their things out, but I think it would definitely behoove you in those 6, 7, 8, and 9 spots to figure out why that's so hot right there.
Right.
Obviously, we don't want it 9 at the sidewalk. I think Eric, our traffic engineer, is good with 1s on public sidewalks.
Yeah, I think if we can get this reduced to make sure that, anything outside of the street itself is down to 1, because there's no need to have so many fixtures, we don't need them.
And some of those
I'm a
are
big
big.
fan of
Yeah, right.
like less is more, as a street
Yeah.
adjacent to my home.
You're gonna be on a tight site,
Well,
so
I mean, that's why I asked about the height of the pole,
Yeah.
because that's can be shining
right in your window.
Yeah.
residents.
Having I mean, some of those are right at the back of the building. That's a pretty bright light. Yeah.
We'll take care of that quickly.
Yep, and I think,
Oh, you don't do that.
if we can keep it kind of, work with either a path light that doesn't go into the windows and other things, I think that's, would be, definitely the way to go. But this is the initial kind of layout with typical, fixtures along these, which are,
Well, once you get your landscape figured out, once you start getting your trees figured out, you start looking at.
right. We basically need
At
to,
those areas for uplighting around your pocket park, or you start looking at all that.
Right.
Stuff, but I don't think you're there yet as far as your landscape goes.
All right, are we ready?
Yes.
Public comment?
I'll ask for public comment if there is. Have to ask for it. All right, no public comment. All right, let's work on some motions.
All right. Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 220040 south of Wills, motion to approve the site plan as presented. End of motion.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Swing. I heard Ms. Rhodes as a second, so I'll give her credit on that. Teresa Rhodes.
You're a little too slow there.
As a second to the motion, any comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding same applicant, motion to approve elevation of materials as presented with the following conditions. Applicant will use the brick option that was presented in the meeting today.
Yes.
So it's called Old Bailey. All buildings will have elevations substantially similar to the building 100 and 200 elevations shown today. The building 200 options as presented are approved. The pole pavilion will be brick versus limestone or stucco. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Corkle.
She let me have that.
Any comments, questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 4-0. Okay.
And just the photometrics, motion on the same applicant for photometrics that the applicant will work with staff on final approval on the photometrics.
I'll say. Okay, all right. Mr. Swing made the motion. Mr. Corkle seconded it. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 4-0. Okay. And
Defer landscaping.
Come on. You're on a roll.
You just want to do another second, right?
We're in a contest here.
Mr. Chairman, same applicant, motion to defer landscaping. End of motion.
okay. Motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Rhodes.
Even get the second.
Any further comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 4-0. All right. Okay.
Good job.
Thank you for your time
All right.
this afternoon.
Thank you for your time.
See, we're not that scary.
It's a nice looking project.
It is.
You like
Did a
it?
good job.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
As long as it's substantially similar.
All right. Very good.
That makes sense, and that's our intent.
Yeah.
But it is substantially similar, so.
Very good. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank
All
you.
right. There being no further applications and with no objections from fellow board members, this meeting is